I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Lincoln Lancaster Planning Commission of November 28th, 2018. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room, and a copy of the full agenda, including the staff reports, is available at the front of the chambers with a clerk. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the doors at the back of the room. If you parked in the parking garage across the street to the north, the gate is open and no parking coupons are needed. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, the commissioners and the staff, cellular phone usage is not permitted in these chambers during any portion of this meeting. We will appreciate your cooperation. The Planning Commission action today is final on Agenda Item 2.1, Special Permit 16004A. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or the County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the clerk within 14 days following the action of the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission action on all other items is a recommendation to the City Council or County Board. The first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held on November 14th, 2018. Is there a motion?
So moved, Campbell.
Second, Beckius.
Please call the roll.
Okay, Beckius?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Shear.
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0.
The next item of business is the consent agenda. However, both items on today's consent agenda, including item 1.1A and item 1.1B, Special Permit 18043 and Street and Alley Vacation 18004, are being removed and scheduled for a separate public hearing to address concerns identified by an adjacent property owner. With the removal of these items, there is no consent agenda. So I will now ask Jerry to call any requests for deferral received prior to this meeting.
Okay, there is a request for a 2-week deferral on behalf of the applicant has been made on item 2.1, Special Permit 16004A for the renewal of a special permit for soil mining operation on property generally located at South 68th Street and South Tullow Road. This will defer the public hearing and action to the December 12th agenda.
So I'll entertain a motion.
Move deferral until December
12th.
Forgot the date, sorry.
Second. Second, Campbell.
Yep. Please call the roll.
Okay, Beckius?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Harris? Joy?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Shear.
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0.
Is there anyone wishing to testify on this special permit at this time rather than waiting until the December 20 or the December 12th hearing? I don't see any. So now we will proceed to public hearings. The staff will make a brief presentation. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. If during your testimony you have copies of documents or materials you would like distributed to the Planning Commission or include as part of the record, please provide that information to Jerry for distribution prior to your testimony. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to the testimony, and then the applicant shall have an opportunity for rebuttal. Each person testifying should state their name and address and shall have 5 minutes to speak, unless additional time is requested and granted. The timer will go off after 4 minutes. Then you will have 1 minute to wrap up your testimony. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing unless the Commission votes to defer action or continue the public hearing. Jerry, please call the first public hearing item. Excuse me.
Okay, I will be calling those two items that were removed from consent. Item 3.1A is Special Permit 18043, allow for a parking lot with waivers to setback and landscaping requirements, and the associated street and alley vacation 18004 to vacate approximately the west 10 feet of the right-of-way adjacent to the property, both generally located at 11640 A Street. Staff recommendation for the special permit is conditional approval. Staff recommendation for the street and alley vacation is a finding of conformance to the comp plan. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these applications?
I see none. George?
Hi, George Wesselhoff, Planning Department. I will briefly present the special permit on the parking lot, and then I'll let Tom speak with regard to the street and alley vacation item. So our location here is on A Street, just west of South 118th Street, the Grace Evangelical Lutheran Church. The special permit area pertains to an pre-existing parking lot located to the east. This parking lot was previously established without a special permit. The church submitted a building permit to add on to their main building to the west, and during the review of the building permit, it was discovered that no special permit or building permit was issued for the parking lot. So the Lincoln Municipal Code provides that parking lots may be allowed by special permit in the R1 through R8 residential districts and the O2 district. In this case, the ordinance allows parking for a place of religious assembly, provided it is not more than 360 feet from the property occupied by the use. So this is their site plan. Again, the parking lot is located to the east of the church. It's across unnamed right-of-way, street right-of-way. And as part of this special permit application, they are requesting two waivers. Both the waivers pertain to the western side of the parking lot. The first waiver is to reduce the front yard setback from 25 feet to 8 feet along the west property line. The second waiver is to request a waiver from the design standards from the landscaping requirements, which would otherwise require vegetative screening to the west. So with that, I can answer any questions you may have regarding the parking lot special permit.
George, can you clarify for me on the picture you had up before? Which one planning staff is calling the street and which one is you're calling the alley?
This, on the west side, is unnamed street right-of-way. It's not an alley.
And so then the alley, is that what they're referencing in their letter, is that over on the other side towards 118th Street?
I might
Yeah,
let Tom answer that.
Let me address that.
Okay.
Tom Chaka, planning staff. Yeah, part of the reason this was pulled off at consent was we got a email in opposition from the property owner, Mr. Brabick, who has property, these two lots here. I think mainly the opposition, from what I can, if I'm understanding his email, has less to do with the vacation over here and is more concerned with the county not maintaining alleys and streets, and that people are, it's hard to see here, but there's a driveway that comes across his lot here, and I believe people are using the alley and then using his driveway to come out onto the street, and that he wants to be able to fence this off, but since it's public right of way, he can't fence it off. It's hard to see in this picture, but there's a garage here that actually is built into the alley. Don't know when it was built or how it was built or if it had permits. But those are some of the concerns he has. I guess I can, if you want, I can get into the street vacation now. That request is to vacate the western 10 feet of the right-of-way. As you can see, it kind of curves back in. Planning staff thought it was important that we maintain the existing 25 feet of right-of-way, even though it's not built. It is right-of-way that has access to the northern lots. Although all of these lots on each side of the alley are owned by the same individual property owners, like, you know, this is owned by the same person, this one is, and this, all of them, but that's not to say they couldn't sell them off and somebody build a house on them, and then that right-of-way would be their access point. So We wanted to maintain that 25 feet of right-of-way, so with this street vacation, or this partial street vacation, the church will be dedicating it at 10 feet on the east side of the road. It's not showing here, but so that the 25 feet of right-of-way will still be maintained. Also, as part of this special permit and street vacation, the access off of A Street will be relocated to line up with the new right-of-way. There's no utilities, in the area, so there's no need for any easements over the vacated right-of-way. Just a little background on this, the whole reason for doing this is that the church wants to do an addition on the east side, and to maintain the necessary setback to the property line, that's why they're shifting the property line over 10 feet. Any questions?
So will the 117th Street
Yeah.
on the north side, will that line up to 117th on the south side? Or
I
will
don't
it-
know if it'll exactly line up, but I think it'll be a little closer.
Was another option considered to give them a waiver on the building addition and the setback on the building addition instead of vacating street?
Can't waive setbacks. They would have had to go to Board of Zoning Appeals.
Tom, is there any way, with the alley, could those property owners over there ask for a street and alley vacation of that alley?
Yes, the requirement is that all property owners adjacent, so all of these, and actually, although there's multiple lots, there's, I believe, only, I think it's 4 or 5 different property owners, but yeah, they would all have to agree to vacate the alley.
And then they have to pay whatever the price is that's established as well for
Right.
that. But if they did that, then he could put up a fence
Yes,
so people could quit driving on his property.
correct.
Would that put the city or the county in the position of having to actually maintain 117th so folks could access the north lots?
It's probably more a public, well, this is in the city 3 mile, so it's under city zoning, but it's actually a county road, so it'd be a county engineer to maintain it. I don't think there's any requirement that they have to maintain it. I mean, we have rights of way even in the city of Lincoln that are rights of way only on paper and are not developed.
So each of the property owners north of the opposing property owner could access their property from either 117th or 118th if the alley was vacated.
Correct.
I can't remember reading anything. Is the church planning on leaving that parking lot gravel?
Take that.
Yes, there's no plan to pave it, and they were actually granted, even though they don't have a special permit, they were granted a waiver by city council in 1996 from the servicing requirements.
And so that would still be in effect?
Yes.
Nothing would happen to that. So really, 117th Street proper wouldn't be paved either?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, thanks. Is there testimony from the applicant?
I'm Lowell Provancha, live in Lincoln, Nebraska at 4501 South 80th. And I've been on the church council for a number of years, and I do represent Grace Lutheran Church on this project. Our project does not affect the subject alley, and we're not trespassing on Mr. Brabeck's property. Lots 7, 8, and 9 are specifically specified as our parking lot, and they have nothing to do with the properties to the east of the parking lot. Mr. Brabeck seems to have an issue with his neighbors, but we are not making changes that affect his property. The church has always allowed access to the right-of-way that is west of lots 7 through 12, and has not proposed to eliminate anyone's access. The driveway to that right-of-way has always been accessed through the church lot, number 6. Mr. Brabeck would probably not have a problem with people that he says is trespassing on his property if the alley to the north of Garen's addition would not be closed. He's complaining that people are backing up and whatever to get turned around. Well, if they wanted to close the alley on the other end, they could go out that alley. Any questions on my part?
Questions?
So you're saying at one point there was an opening to the north, on the north side of that alley?
Yeah, there was an alley that went all the way through east and west there. That's been closed for a number of years.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have testimony in support of this item? Do we have testimony in opposition to this item? Do we have any additional staff questions?
No.
I assume there's no rebuttal, since there are no questions. I think we're ready to entertain a motion. We will take these up separately, so we'll need a motion for both separate.
Need a motion for the conditional approval of special permit 18043.
Move approval, Beckius.
Second Finnegan.
Discussion?
The project seems appropriate. It seems like 117 will actually get closer to proper alignment through this vacation, and then giving of the additional easement. I think that the complaints we've received are unrelated to this application. I see no reason not to approve.
Anybody else? Okay, go ahead.
I know this is rare, but I agree with Tom. I do encourage Mr. Brabeck to talk with his neighbors and maybe pursue vacating that alley that's the problem. That way he can put up a fence, and then this building that's on the north side, isn't in right-of-way so much. That might be a good thing. I know that might be costly. And another thing that could perhaps help is putting up some no trespassing signs or something. But I agree, this doesn't really affect our church's application.
My question is, though, the property clear to the north that has the garage in the back, they would not have access to that garage then, if that alley was vacated.
I think they would from their lot, wouldn't they?
Well, they'd have to, if they'd have to change the
Orientation
garage
of the
door and such,
Yeah.
and put a driveway in.
Shouldn't have probably built there.
Discussion for another time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay, I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, moved and seconded for conditional approval of special permit 18043. Beckius?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0. Okay, need a motion for street and alley vacation 18004. Staff recommendation is for finding of conformance with the comp plan.
So moved. Campbell.
Second Washington.
Any other discussion? Okay, I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, Beckius?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0. Okay, moving on to public hearing and administrative action. Item 4.1 is comprehensive plan conformance 18018 to review as to conformance with the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, a proposed amendment to the Lincoln Center redevelopment plan to add the Lead Place Residences redevelopment project on property generally located at 1133 Q Street. Staff recommendation is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. I would note that Commissioner Scheer has declared a conflict of interest on this matter and therefore has recused himself from the hearing and will not be voting on this item. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
I don't see any.
Uh,
Oh,
Teresa,
sorry.
I would just say, I've had a lot of people ask me when this is happening and if it's happening. No specific discussion about the agenda item, but I would just refer them to the fact that the hearing is today to find out what happens.
Noted, thank you.
We've been in the news, haven't we? David Landis, Urban Development Department, I guess the applicant in this case. This is what we call Lead Place. It's directly across from the Lead Center. It's in the area that was once an Applebee's. The city, years ago, created a notch in the garage so that a building could be put up because we weren't finishing the garage. And the Lead Center basically said, we would not like to look out at an unfinished garage. Can you see if there's a building that you can put there? And we went to the marketplace. We did an RFP, and the winning RFP was the Applebee's building. Since that time, the developer in the case of this project, Tam Allen, thought in much bigger terms. In fact, this will be the highest private owned building in the downtown area. It will be 20 stories tall. It'll have 3 uses. On the first floor will be 3,000 square feet of a restaurant, adding for transparency, vitality, and a connection to the street so that pedestrians feel comfortable and will use this space. The 3 floors above will be Class A office building, and the 16 floors above that will be 40 units, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. The private developer will be investing $25 million. It'll produce about $5 million of TIF money that we would like to dedicate to this in a variety of ways: site acquisition, site preparation, the facade quality that's there, as well as an investment in the Q Street area. This would be the actual project dimensions. And you'll notice that they include this area, which is the area where the building will be built, but it also includes some right-of-way in the surrounding area. And the reason is we want to make sure that we make a comfortable, pedestrian-friendly streetscape, particularly along this line, extending beyond the boundaries of just this property, but also coming to the edge and creating nodes so that people can cross the street easily. So part of the money will be for the kinds of things that offset the costs that the developer will have in this case. Some of those will come to the city for the advancement of the pedestrian quality of Q Street. The restaurant's 3,000 square feet. The office space is 4,500 square feet, and then the rest of the building is the residential units. If you take a look at the Lincoln Center redevelopment plan, this is consistent in a number of different ways. That plan talks about a vital pedestrian-friendly streetscape. It talks about the 24-hour activity that you want in a downtown, and the evening hours of a restaurant is an example of how that vitality is maintained. It also speaks in terms of multi-use, and there are 3 uses on this piece of property as well. We think it's consistent with the comp plan, and your staff, the planning staff, agrees with that. And we all think that this project will be a handsome addition to the downtown, and we would hope that the Planning Commission would see it the same way. That's why we're here. The developer's here, the developer's lawyer is here for answering questions you might have, and of course, you may direct them to me as well. How can I be helpful?
I have one question. It's a small detail, but there was a little discrepancy in the description of the project said there's 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, but it sounded like when the developer went to the Urban Design Committee, they said there was only 1 and 2 bedrooms. That's what the minutes show, and I was just curious, what is the description.
I think at least one or two of the proponent, of the possible tenants, ultimate owners and tenants, wanted to expand one of the units, so which is why I think it says 3. But let me turn to the developer and pose that question. Is there a 3-room or 3-bedroom unit?
There's a number of prospective purchasers that are combining units, both vertically and horizontally.
Okay. So yes, some of the would-be occupiers would like to combine those units and ultimately get to 3 bedrooms.
All right, thank you.
Tom?
The only questions I had, Mr. Landis, were about the air rights. So could you speak a little bit to the air rights situation? Are we talking about the air rights over the entire parking garage, a portion of the parking garage? Could you go into detail there?
We intend this garage to be here for a very long time, meeting a very important need downtown. But there are air rights above the garage, and they interfere with this building footprint in this way. To have windows, you have to have space between you and the adjoining property. Well, that space is now air. And we have no intention of filling that space with something other than the use that we have. So what we've agreed to is that some of the space of the air above the garage, we would essentially allow air rights so that there could be windows in the building. One of the goals of that was to make sure that the building had windows on all sides, and what you didn't have was a very handsome front, but the back of the building or the sides of the building would be foreclosed from having windows. So the whole goal of the air rights idea was to create a mechanism in which the building could have what would be a handsome facade and appropriate windows so that it doesn't turn its back on any other part of the city by just creating a wall without windows openings, and that's why we've done that. We don't think it's a significant loss from the city's perspective because we have no intention. Number one, our footings wouldn't allow us to build higher on the garage. We've maximized what the garage can be, and we want that garage to be well-maintained and have decades of use. That's why we were able to be amenable in this case.
The reason I was asking the question is, what would you anticipate the expected lifespan, existing lifespan of Q Place is?
I think between 40 and 60 years.
Okay. And so, I didn't, if you said it, I didn't catch it. How much of the air rights is the city giving or selling to the
I think
owner?
it's, is it 15 feet?
15 feet?
Yeah.
South?
15 feet.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
How many stories is the garage, and so where does the apartments begin and looking out toward the south? If you can walk me through that a little bit.
Well, here's the first floor, which is the restaurant, and then the next 3 floors are office space, and then the housing begins here. I'm looking at the adjoining structure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think 6 floors of garage, or is it 7? Or is it 6.5. Yeah. 6.5. I'm not sure what that half means, but 6.
So there are a couple of stories then of apartment living that do not rise above the top of the garage, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
But on the south side of the building is not apartments looking that direction, is that correct?
The south side has the hallways
Okay.
for the building. It's what would be called single-loaded, meaning that the apartments adjoin one way. They're not a hallway that has apartments on both sides, but only on one side.
Understood.
And those hallways are on the south side.
And I'm assuming that those hallways will have punch-outs to the parking garage, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Not so fast, I have some questions yet.
All right.
And this might just be kind of a typo or something, but in the redevelopment plan, it talks about the TIF funds and using some of them to relocate businesses, but are there really any businesses being relocated with this project?
Well, Applebee's is closed and not in operation,
And that would be the only business that was there.
to my knowledge, but let me check. That's right.
Okay, so really no displacement of current businesses.
That's right. When the city owns land, we have relocation obligations, but there is not a relocation plan, to my knowledge, that's involved with this exercise.
The other thing it talks about is building the new building to the property line. Is the old building not built to the property line?
There are some irregularities in the older structure. There's a space that it comes out in sort of a vestibule, a little bit beyond where the building is. I'm not sure if that intrudes into the city right-of-way that we've agreed to or not. Let me ask that question, all right? It doesn't, so it's set back a bit, right? Yeah, okay. So think of the vestibule where it ends as the property line, and then think of the building itself, other than the vestibule being a little bit back. That's what you're familiar with, but think of the vestibule line as the front door of this building.
I think I'll let you off the hook now.
Thank you.
Any other questions for, oh, we got one
So
more.
the canopy that's shown on the drawing, is that out in the city right away then?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, there are balconies that extend in other buildings into the city's right-of-way and canopies that do the same. And we make arrangements for that and grant that right to occur.
Any other questions for the applicant right now? Now, I'm assuming that the developer is gonna testify as part of the applicant too? Okay, come on up.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Tom Houston. My address is 233 South 13th Street, Suite 1900 here in Lincoln. On behalf of Lee Place Residences, LLC, with me today is Tam Allen, who's the principal of the company. The item on your agenda is really the amendment to the Lincoln Center redevelopment plan. And as we are aware that the question posed to the Planning Commission today is whether or not this amendment to the comprehensive plan or the redevelopment plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the general plan of development. I think the staff report does a very nice job of laying out the consistency of this project with the general plan for development, highlights the consistency with the comprehensive plan evidenced by L Plan 2040, which identifies the downtown as a vibrant mixed-use neighborhood offering choices for residential lifestyles. The primary focus of the downtown master plan or the comprehensive plan as it relates to the downtown is to encourage new dwelling units in the greater downtown area. This project is also consistent with the 2005 Downtown Master Plan, and I would also submit that it's consistent with the 2018 Master Plan, which is your next item on your agenda. I think it's also important to acknowledge that this plan is actually the ultimate fulfillment of the original design for the site. The original project included a housing component, housing tower on this notch, as Mr. Landis described, and I think that's important that it's been 18 years in the works, but the project is being completed. I wanted to highlight one other thing of the amendment to the plan that's in your packet, really starting on page 5 of the plan amendment. The Nebraska legislature changed the community development law last year so that now the Planning Commission does get the information relating to the cost-benefit analysis, and I think it's important to kind of walk through that. The statute requires us to look at the tax shifts, and page 5 of the plan amendment does show that the new increment would create approximately $25 million in new value with this project, which would generate in excess of $510,000 in new real estate taxes. The statute allows us to capture that sum for approximately 14 years to pay for eligible costs. We think those eligible costs will include site acquisition, street and landscaping, facade enhancement, energy enhancement, those types of items. We're presently working on a redevelopment agreement that we hope to take forward soon. The The cost-benefit analysis also is to examine the impacts on the public infrastructure. Luckily, this is a downtown project, will not cost the city anything. Actually, the project's paying for the streetscape improvements within the Q Street right-of-way, and also will heighten the use of and enhance the use of the adjacent Q Place parking garage, because the project will be dependent upon that parking garage to provide parking for tenants and residents. The statute also requires us to examine the impact on employers and employees in the redevelopment area. This project will provide additional housing choices for employees in the downtown area. The statute also encourages to look at the impact on employers and employees outside of the redevelopment area, and we don't really see any projected impact on that front. The statute was revised to require us to look at the impact on student populations within the public school system, and we think this is a project that is located in downtown that really will have minimal, if any, impact on the student population. It's really targeted towards the young professionals and empty nesters and professionals in downtown. This project is somewhat unique because it's the first new construction condominium project for sale units. These are not rental units. These are individually purchased units that downtown Lincoln's had for a considerable time period. So that is really the amendment that is in front of you. I think obviously we support the application submitted by Urban Development. We look forward to getting the project started. Time schedule is probably sometime early spring, late spring, really intended for demolition and the commencement of construction. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Houston?
I assume that at least one lane of Q Street would be shut down for construction purposes?
Not only construction, but also permanently. Q Street has 5 lanes there, and we've been working with the Public Works Department and the traffic engineers specifically to expand the public space, including the pedestrian space, into Q Street, but there will still be 4 lanes in Q Street. We were in front of the Urban Design Committee in early November, and we are going back to Urban Design, I think the first meeting in January, to talk about specifically streetscape issues.
Go ahead.
And Tom, I guess I didn't ask earlier when I was talking to Mr. Landis, 15 feet on the east and west as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It's a requirement not only of the B4 zoning code,
Sure.
but also the building code.
Yep.
Can you tell me right now, I mean, you talked a little bit about the garage. Is it at full capacity right now?
My understanding is no, that it does have capacity, and that's why we're able to negotiate the usage. We need access to approximately 100 parking stalls within that garage.
And so they're, I don't know what I want to say, like reserving those stalls for this particular expansion?
Yeah, identifying, there will be different treatment between like the commercial users, the office users, and the residential users. We will try to identify a more specific location for the residential stalls. There's a limit to how far you can go in that regard, though.
Sure. How did you guys decide upon the 20 stories?
It started out at 18, and it's actually grown. And it's based upon kind of market reception. There's a lot of interest in the project. There's a lot of interest in downtown living. And one of the factors, it's pretty unusual construction, and I'm not the construction guy, but it's post-tension concrete, which does allow this type of structure on this narrow of a footprint. But there's a limit to how high you can make it, and 20 stories is really the optimum height, I think, is what our engineers have told us. And we think there's a ready market for the number, approximately 40 condo units, so that's how it was sized.
I think I remember reading something about kind of the top story is to hide some mechanical.
Yeah.
So does the 20 include that level, or would we really call it like 21 with that?
There is actually, yeah, additional level above it that's kind of a vault space that is being screened in accordance with the downtown design standards. But the total height of the building is approximately 230 feet, including the rooftop equipment. In this area of downtown, there's a maximum height of 275 feet, so it's well under the cap.
Great. I'm interested in the housing market that you're trying to market to. I know you say more like empty nesters, so not really aiming for students.
No.
And kind of the reason why I ask this is we have the, master downtown plan update you know, next. And it's highlighted, we need some more kind of in that middle section. Is this gonna hit that target middle section, or is it gonna be up here?
I think it's fair to characterize there's a mixture of units. Obviously, the higher priced units are up in the upper stories of the building. Some of the more moderately priced units are in the lower stories of the building. But I think there will be different price points within the building. And it depends upon the size of the units, et cetera. So I think it's in the mid-range to upper range.
So we are gonna hit some of those mid-range price points.
Definitional issue yet, but I believe that, I think that's a correct characterization of it, yes.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Mr. Houston right now?
Thank you.
I have a question for,
You'll have to wait till, oh, so are you part of the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
He is, yeah.
He is the applicant.
I am the applicant.
I'm making sure I follow my order here.
My name is Tam Allen, Lead Place LLC developer, and also one of the owners. My address, office address is 1045 Lincoln Mall, Suite 300, and I think the presentation has been good on some of the things, and I would be happy to answer questions as far as on the project, on some of the unit mixes that you're talking about. The reason is, I mean, we've taken an awfully long time as far as to try to figure out on this location. The only thing that I would correct Mr. Landis on is actually the first RFP on this building was, for this space, was in 1994, and there were no takers. I had a chance to talk to Mike Johans, then mayor at that time. I said, "What were you thinking?" And I think it was correctly characterized by Dave as saying is that the lead place stakeholders, or the lead center stakeholders, said we don't want to have the ugly face of the garage facing the lead center. And if you look at it, it's the only unadorned, we have beautiful garages, city garages in the city, and that's the only one that's not nicely done. My second question of Mike Johans was, why didn't you give me more space? Because it's awfully narrow. And to some of the questions that were asked already, it does only allow for a single loaded hallway. But if you think of, let's say, like a dumbbell where it is narrow on the one side, the end units have the ability to have views on all three sides. And a lot of the people, I mean, we set it up for 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. There's been many different combinations, both vertically and horizontally, as far as people expressing interest on that. We haven't really marketed that much. We got a nifty website at leadplace.com, but it's interesting. It's been interesting to me as far as to see what questions unsolicited that people were asking about living in downtown Lincoln and this type of development. There's not very many condos in downtown Lincoln, and we're talking about, you had a good question as far as on the height of the building, and just because we're only limited to 3 units per floor, in order to get any kind of efficiency, that's why we're that high on the building. The other thing I would want to say is that most of all the development of the buildings in the rail yard and the Haymarket, I think every student housing, a private student housing project that you see, basically it's of a light steel construction or a stick construction on a masonry bottom. They're actually limited just by structural capacity to be only 5 stories above a masonry finish. I could not think of a more expensive building construction process to build this, but by necessity of the site and also what we wanted to accomplish. It's a post-tension concrete structure. It's an extremely sound structure, and it's going to, hopefully be here a long time. I was interested in listening to Dave as far as talking about the lifespan of the garage. I think will be more, or as far as in the duration, the lifespan of our building, the type of construction, it's going to be even longer than that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about the project. It's something that we're real excited about, and Commissioner Harris, you were saying questions of people is this going to happen? How's this going to happen? We're being very, very careful as far as not to go and announce it. We've only announced it not very long time ago. We have been working with city staff a long time on this, and it's a difficult process. I think it's been a very fair process and a very thoughtful process. We're already about 50% pre-committed on units in the building and also with some commercial tenants, and so this is a project that we're going to build. Also, is one of the partners in the project is Joy Houseman of Houseman Construction, and he'll be the contractor on this, and he's going to own a unit in the building. That's the best way I could figure out, is to make sure the thing will be built. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, I do have a
Okay,
quick question. Thank you for being here. You know the building better than anyone else does. I know this question might be a little specific yet, as it has not been thoroughly designed. But do you anticipate, I've heard that we expect hallways on the south side of the building. Do you anticipate end units having any south visibility at all, or do we anticipate the entire south facade will be hallways?
Like I said, actually it creates an opportunity to only have, like I said, a barbell type development, if you could imagine, with the wider units that can have three sides
Wrap around
on the end units. And also because on 3 floors, there's going to be actually 2-story apartments on the end.
Okay.
That'll actually create an ability for the center 2-bedroom unit to extend all the way back to the south wall.
Okay, so those end units would have north and south views
Yes.
in addition to either an east or west view?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. The only reason I ask, and the only reason I'm bringing up these issues, is I am a little concerned that when the parking garage does eventually go away or is replaced, or the city puts an RFP for something else to go
Right.
in that parking garage space, I don't want the owners of your product that you're building to have heartburn that there could be a building 15 feet away from them. And I don't know that it's in conformance with the comprehensive plan to limit that site beyond that 15 feet. I just don't want to cause any heartburn 50 years from now, and if there's a planner reading this from 50 years from now, maybe they'll see this,
Right.
I don't know. But that was my only concern about the project in general.
Your point is a very good one, and I think it was correctly characterized earlier. We were completely without the 15 feet, just by code,
Sure.
could not put any windows whatsoever on the 3 sides of the building.
Sure.
And so this was thought as the best compromise, and certainly there is that's only in a 15-foot area, a future developer. So not only the art museum on the corner, the university, the parking garage, certainly. Your point is a good one, but I think we're willing to take that bet, and
Okay.
after you and I are long gone, they'll
Won't
come.
be here.
They'll
It
come-
won't matter to us.
They'll come back and look at the tape of this hearing saying, not a problem, so,
Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate you being here today.
bet.
I'm trying to picture, Tim, the depth north and south of the apartments.
34 feet.
Okay.
So which sounds like pretty darn shallow, except that's why it's single loaded and the end units actually extend all the way on that. And so they're not unlike the depth of other units, except what you would typically get is units on both sides of a hallway.
Right.
So, how about this? Everybody's guaranteed a great view and great frontage, facing a good area, so.
Right. The hallway width?
Right at around 5 feet.
Okay.
Another thing, and this is a challenge, here we have only 40 units, but it's a 20-story stall building. There's no back of the house. There's no alley behind this. There has been careful consideration, and I give a lot of credit to city staff in trying to figure out solutions. And so the Applebee's was served from the front. And so if anything, we are over elevated, if that's a word. There's 2 passenger elevators, and then off to the side, there's a much larger service elevator that could be used as far as for people moving in, people moving out, construction, things like that, because it's real critical about how that can be addressed. And we've all driven down 14th Street and see those beer trucks in the middle of the thing there. And so there's going to be a loading zone in front of it, not necessarily to drop people off, but as to get service trucks off the streets as much as possible.
That makes me think of refuse. If you have no
Refuse.
back, I mean, where,
There's actually 2 cores, if you will, elevator cores in the building. And off the service elevator, there is a trash room. And what this will entail, and this has been the subject of a lot of discussion, is a more frequent trash service because it'll be brought down to a trash room. Of course, comes the question, do you want a trash chute? No, because that always creates problem. But there are, we dealt with the trash people a lot as far as on the pickup frequency, and there is a holding area, if you will, that can be readily serviced from the building.
another question that I have is, I noticed that you're planning on subsidizing the restaurant to make sure it's a go. Are you gonna subsidize that indefinitely, or how?
Here's what we're doing, and this is, I can't have any greater respect than restaurant operators doing their business and doing a good job. A lot of people will take the approach is, let's get the maximum amount of money as far as for rent and doing that. The owners of the building, we're going to retain that floor. And when we say subsidizing, we are trying to make the absolute best deal possible for a great operator, because for many reasons. We're treating it as an amenity of the building. That's what you're going to see when you drive by. The main area is it's a 23-foot clear area there. Hopefully it's real attractive. No, I know it'll be real attractive. But we want to maintain control of the quality, and also, restaurants do come and go. We want to be able to own the property, own the equipment, and that's when we're saying on subsidizing, is if that's a business that is not going to make it, be able to go ahead and hand select as far as who else would go in there. So we're being very, very careful about that.
My concern is that if Applebee's wasn't able to make it there, how do we know any restaurant's gonna be able to make it there? And so I'd rather have something on that first floor than an empty.
I'll make a cheap shot here. When have you been, last time you've been to an Applebee's? And I'm teasing, but the reason is let's take a classical great Applebee's site. Let's say the Williamsburg site. A larger building, they have their own, the way they've set up with parking around it. My friend Larry Bird, who had all the Applebee's at the time and since gotten out of that business, he admitted the only reason that he put that concept, which did not suit that space, that limited space in that area, was at the time, so around year 2000, is to protect from other nationals coming into downtown Lincoln. So it was sort of a blocking move rather than, it just isn't an Applebee's type of a site. So the concepts that we're looking at are going to be much different than that. And like I said, we are going to do absolutely everything to ensure that that business has a great chance of succeeding.
Any other questions right now?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other people on your team there? No? Okay, so we're ready for testimony and support. Testimony and support of this application. Okay. Any testimony in opposition? All right. Now we're back to staff questions.
I have a staff question.
Okay.
Mr. Landis.
Yes.
In talking about the parking lot and the forecasted agreement with Lead Place, can you tell me a little bit about the capacity of the garage? And my memory is that there is some kind of agreement in place, or there will be an agreement in place for the new hotel that's going up next door. And there's some kind of assumption that folks going to the new boutique hotel are going to also park in the garage, and how many spaces are set aside for them, and then what does that do to parking for events?
Right. The entire system is close to capacity. There's some variation on location. Probably the most underutilized garage in downtown Lincoln that we control, although we don't own it, is the third of the West Haymarket garages down from the Pinnacle Bank. But because we have a very professional staff with a great deal of training and knowledge, they're very good at estimating what happens over time. And here's what happens over time. If you're going to have a 2-year time to build a building before its needs are there, and even when it opens, probably it's not at its full capacity of need, you have 2 years of the natural attrition of parking rights. So in that 2 years that passes, there'll be people that are in that garage that get a different job. They graduate from college. They stop using that month-to-month capacity. What we do is we analyze what kind of turnover there is, and then when we have something on the frontier, we can hold back the use of those spots until that day comes, so that when the project opens, the capacity of the garage can match the needs that we've agreed to. And we have a good record of guessing and then delivering on that guess. And the same staff that's done that a number of times says, with confidence, we'll be able to meet this obligation. And the reason is a garage usage, while the capacity may stay at 100%, let's say, it's not the same 100 users. They come and they go, which means you have the power then, or the ability to plan ahead, which is what we would do in this case.
I'm going to piggyback off of that for a minute. So, say ex-employee finds another job outside of downtown, so they they don't want to renew their parking space. What happens to the employee that takes their spot? Are they not going to want that spot?
We will do our best to meet the demand that we have. But one of the things that we are is a development tool. We're not a utility to provide simply stalls. We do this in furtherance of the development of the city in the way that you want them. And so we conclude that we want this building in this space, and we want this kind of growth, and we'll do our best to accommodate it. We will be making some changes. We've achieved the ownership of some land that will allow us to build a 900-stall garage in the Sharp building area, which is at the heart of a good deal of employment. In fact, people who would contend for a spot here might work closer to O Street. And if we open on Sharp building, what happens in a system is that we have a waiting list of people who are already in city garages. What they'd like is a garage closer to where they work. So they put themselves on a waiting list thinking, well, I'm at this garage, but if there's a spot in this other garage, we'll do that. So the system works collectively. When we add those 900 stalls, and it is our hope, we hope to be able to take control ultimately of the Eagle garage, which is a privately owned garage of about 340 stalls that has a very hazy, murky future unless it is taken over by somebody who can spend several millions of dollars to refurbish it. Otherwise, it'll go away. But we intend to do that if we possibly can. We will add to the city's resources about 1,200 stalls. They'll be able to draw from O Street, M Street, N Street, but P Street as well. But parking is an expensive business. Many cities lose money at it. We don't. We operate in the black because we carefully manage what we have, and we also are very sensitive about the continuing maintenance of our garages. We want to get the absolute maximum length of time we can out of them, so we're pretty sensitive on that score.
Sorry, Tom.
No, I'm piggyback on the,
Okay.
the same issue, so not a problem. So Commissioner Washington asked a question about capacity for event parking, but I'm not sure I necessarily heard, how many stalls in the Q Place parking garage are reserved for nearby users, say Embassy Suites, the hotel currently under construction?
Yeah.
How many stalls in that
I
facility
think
are?
I'm going to give some rough guesses.
Sure.
Okay.
Won't hold you to it. Ballpark.
All right, fair enough. The Kindler Hotel is modest in that sense.
Yes,
I think we're
fair,
talking
yeah.
about 35,
Sure.
40, something like that. Embassy Suites has more than one location, and I think its number is relatively modest as well.
Okay.
Event parking is different from the capacity that you're talking about. The employee goes home at 5 o'clock.
That's right.
Sure.
We sell that stall twice a day, which is why we're in the black. If you don't manage parking well, that stall is used once a day, and then for the 4 hours of a lead concert is empty. Unless you have a professional manager who says, we track each and every day, we know which days of the week, we know how many tickets. We call the lead center and ask how their box office is doing, so we can apprise ourselves of what resources we have. But the employee goes home at 5 or 5:30. That frees a stall. We count the stalls. We stand out front with somebody who collects $5 or $10, and we fill up the garage again.
Sure. Could you ballpark me numbers?
We're probably at 100 stalls that I think are probably committed. That means that we have, several hundreds of stalls
Sure.
that don't have those developmental obligations against them.
Okay. And does this parking garage currently have a waiting list on it?
The entire system has a waiting list. In other words, people are saying, can you get me into another garage?
Sure.
So
but
when we
individual-
keep a waiting list, we keep a waiting list for the system.
Sure, but there are certain garages that don't.
If you have a downtown garage, imagine that there's
I
someone
know
who'd
that,
like
I
to
know
be
the
in it.
system, you can select like 5 garages, what have you, but this one's if I wanted to go get a monthly parking pass today for the Q Street parking garage, could I get one? Let me ask very directly.
Yeah, yes, I think that's a fair question. I can't answer that question at the moment, but here's my first inclination is that there will probably be a wait. The system is generally at the place where, while we've been able to accommodate a rather good deal of development, understand we've done $1 billion of development in downtown Lincoln. And that's been done inside the existing parking resources we have and the 3 new JPA garages and the Lumberworks garage, okay? But and the Larson, those were our most recent acquisitions. We have been a tool for development, but as the system becomes used maximally, it becomes a potential inhibitor of development, which is why we would spend the kind of money we did to buy the land on the Sharp building block.
Sure.
And would take a garage that's going to close, try to own it and buy it and get another 20 or 30 years of garage usage out of it.
Sure.
But we are the victim of our own success in that sense. And by the way, a parking stalls cost for about $24,000. They're not easy to build, and getting land to build them is very problematical. I do find that we're now down the rabbit hole, I think, far afield from the question that's raised to you. But if at any time the topic of parking comes up, I find that it soon dominates the conversation, as it is a rabbit hole down which everybody's interested in going to rather great depths. And the reason is that we are a culture driven by our love of the automobile and the independence that that automobile gives us. And we're the tail end of that phenomenon. And I will say this, even in the face of all of that work, what I hear from people, at best, we just keep down the level of irritation that people have with parking, whether it's enforcement on the street, giving tickets, or getting a stall in the garage. I've never been stopped in the supermarket and thanked for adding 4,000 stalls to downtown Lincoln, ever.
Well, I will thank you right now. Thank you.
Oh, Tom, I thought that.
Thank you very much for adding those stalls. I
It's
surely
okay.
appreciate it.
But it is
I
an irritant. It is an irritant
It is an
for
irritant,
everyone.
and I do think it is part of a relevant consideration of conformance of the comprehensive plan that people have parking in downtown. I think that's a relevant discussion to be had here. I don't think we're going down a rabbit hole there. But I thank you for the information that you provided on numbers for the parking. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Dave right now, or other staff members? Okay. Applicant rebuttal. Do you guys have any more that you want to say? No? Okay, well, I'd entertain a motion.
I just want to run down that
Tam
rabbit
does,
hole
okay.
just a couple more steps on the, we're very, very conscious as a user of, coming out of lead events, staring at that building. I've become a connoisseur of the Q Street parking garage, and I always look at the numbers, what's available and what is ever. So we're not going to bump any long-term users. It'll be only by attrition on that. And something that was important to me is how many times when you're at a lead center event and you're in a hurry and you're driving by those Embassy Suite valet reserved parking, and I'm not throwing a stone at Embassy Suites. I actually requested is that there's only 60 stalls that are reserved for the project. It's on the 5th level, which there's actually punch outs in existing in the stair towers that you can go directly in the building. But so on the day-to-day, not a busy whatever, you don't bump into those stalls. I think the valet stalls only go up to floor 2, I think on 2 ramps on that. And so you're not going to keep driving all the way up to be able to do that. So, but I just wanted to answer that question.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move approval, Beckius.
Second, Washington.
All right, discussion.
I think that this is a great project for the future of the city of Lincoln. The site's limiting, for sure, and I think that probably the developer is building something here much more grand than was ever envisioned for this section. I think these are all great things. I think the city and urban development have appropriately cushioned the air right space issue to allow the applicant to build a project that is not only useful but aesthetically pleasing as well, but also reserve as much, I think, right going forward to build taller in the adjacent city-owned areas around there. I am sorry to harp on the parking issue. I don't think that this will have a large impact on the parking situation. But I think that generally speaking, this development, especially for the site that it's working with, and the grand plans that they have, has been appropriately cognizant of the area around it and the city in which it hopes to serve. So I plan on supporting and finding conformance.
Maya?
Just add to, Mr. Houston mentioned that we have the downtown master plan on the same agenda, and it's kind of fitting to have this application together with the new downtown master plan, because this project embodies a lot of the principles of redevelopment and mixed use that the plan encourages. So I think it's, this wholeheartedly conforms both with the comp plan and the downtown master plan, and I think it looks like it could have a real catalytic effect and be transformative for Q Street in particular, and the core in general. So I will support.
I think this is a wonderful project. I also am very pleased to see density increasing in downtown. I think it's where we need to be going, and I look forward to seeing a much more vibrant downtown area with this project.
I have no doubt that it fits the comp plan. Tam, you made me feel old today because the conversation, I was on either side of Johannes in the mayor's office. The conversation started before Johannes, ended with Dale Young. And always that space, what do we do with it? And I was delighted to see this, and I know it fits the comp plan, so you have a strong yes here.
All right. I'm going to agree with everybody. You know, when you go down the comp plan, and it really just kind of checks all the boxes. We've got mixed use. We have new dwelling units. We're keeping that vibrant, you know, first floor streetscape. And I could keep going on and on. So it's clear that it is in agreement with the comp plan. Jerry?
Okay, this is for finding of conformance with the comp plan for comprehensive plan conformance number 18018. Beckius?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Motion carried 8-0. Okay. Comprehensive Plan Amendment Number 18003 to amend the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan to include the Downtown Lincoln Master Plan by reference on property generally bounded by G Street, Pinnacle Arena Drive, Salt Creek Roadway, and Antelope Creek. Staff recommendation is for approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
I see none. So.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Paul Barnes with the Planning Department. We are very excited and pleased to present to you the draft 2018 Downtown Lincoln Master Plan. This has been over a year's worth of work and outreach and research and discussion coming all together before you today. So we're very excited to talk about this at the public hearing. I'll also note that, and as you know, along the way throughout the process, the Planning Commission has been involved and has been briefed most recently 2 weeks ago at the November 14th before the Planning Commission hearing. So I think with the presentation that you're going to hear today, we will have a little bit higher level than you would have typically seen at the briefings, but we have staff here to answer any questions that you may have. So first of all, I want to talk just a little bit about what a master plan is. And I think that you can consider this somewhat of a mini comprehensive plan in the sense that it covers a wide variety of topics and scope, but it's in more of a defined geographic area. So, of course, we're talking about downtown, and we have a variety of topics that also incorporate the community's vision. There's a history of downtown planning, and that kind of began in 1974 with the Lincoln Center Master Plan, which was considered downtown's first master plan effort. There were several efforts through the 80s and 90s, and then most recently we had the 2005 Downtown Master Plan with the 2012 update, and the majority of those projects have been completed. This project was definitely developed with a team effort. This is a partnership between the City of Lincoln and the Downtown Lincoln Association. And with that partnership, we hired some experts to help us in specific areas. That was for a market assessment, 10-year development forecast, as well as a special global trends report that our lead consultant team, Puma, provided. So all of this information from our expert team helped inform the discussions and recommendations that you see in the plan. Throughout the process, we contacted a lot of the public and a lot of stakeholders as well. And so we had conversations with over 2,000 stakeholders, online survey with over 1,700 responses. We held 3 open houses. And throughout all of that outreach, we heard common themes of more housing options in downtown and creating downtown, making it more livable. So similar to the 2005 master plan, we have included several catalyst projects. The idea is that these public investments in these catalyst projects will incentivize and create more interest in private development downtown. Again, that will enhance the livability and interest of living in downtown. You'll notice that the name of the document is the Center of Opportunity, and that was developed out of national trends that we learned about, how a lot of many demographics are moving from the bigger, more expensive markets to smaller, mid-sized opportunity city markets like Lincoln. And so we feel that this is a very fitting title. People that are searching for more educational opportunities, a better quality of life, and less expensive housing are looking for opportunity cities. So this plan supports those services, the variety of housing types, family-friendly spaces, and job opportunities to create Lincoln as the center of opportunity. I will also note we had forwarded recently a couple of items to the Planning Commission. Throughout the process, we encourage people to comment on this plan and process through our online website. So you've received those comments. And throughout the process, one of the topics kind of rising to the top of discussion is this idea of converting most one-way streets to two-way operation. So in response to that, we asked our subconsultant, FHU, to develop a memo as a supplement to this process. And they have analyzed that, and that's been provided to you as well. The details of that topic and that memo will be discussed further in our presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our project partner and president of Downtown Lincoln Association, Terry Euland.
Thanks, Paul. Paul's done an excellent job of summarizing the plan. I'll just read DLA's letter of support. Commission members, the Downtown Lincoln Association would like to offer its enthusiastic support for the 2018 Downtown Master Plan. DLA warmly welcome the opportunity to partner with the city to create a new plan for downtown Lincoln's future. We would like to thank the city and consulting team for the transparency and the planning process and their conscientious communication of the DLA board. DLA has held 9 monthly board meetings since the planning process started in January, which all included focused discussion on the downtown master plan. In addition, presentations and focused work sessions at 5 of those meetings were conducted by the consultants and by the city staff. DLA also was involved in the 4 open house work sessions, 5 working groups, and the online survey, which gathered input from over 1,700 members of our community. This was in addition to nearly weekly common staff meetings between the group of us. As a financial partner in the commissioning of the plan, we believe the plan provides a workable and successful vision for the future of our downtown. The themes of the priorities obtained from outreach form the basis for the downtown master plan. The priorities clearly align with multiple aspects of DLA's 2020 strategic plan and provide thoughtful direction for the DLA board and staff. DLA is excited to build on the 13 years of successful growth since the 2005 master plan was conducted. Once completed, this plan will continue downtown's positive momentum, allowing Lincoln to carve out its niche as the center of opportunity. The Board of Directors of Downtown Lincoln Association voted just yesterday to endorse the 2018 master plan and respectfully urge you to approve the plan. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and for your continued support of downtown. Just a couple additional comments. This was, in all the planning processes I've been involved in, this was really at the top of the line as far as the collaborative nature between DLA as the private partner and the city staff, including urban development, the planning staff, and to a lesser extent, public works. I think there was a real quality public outreach engagement in terms of the amount of it and the variety of approaches we had. I was very satisfied with that. And finally, the quality of the plan, I think, is just excellent. It's a good mix of pragmatism and vision, so it's something we can go forward with. I can't help but quote Peter Drucker, who some of you will remember was a famous management consultant. He said, "The test of a good plan is that it soon degenerates into work." And I think this plan is good enough. I think this will degenerate into work for a lot of us at DLA and at the city and for you. So if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Did we get an address?
Did we what?
Did we get Mr. Euland's address for the
Oh,
testimony?
office address is 206 South 13th Street, DLA office.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions for Terry? No. Thanks, Terry.
Andrew Theroff, planning staff. I'm going to talk about a little bit of the nuts and bolts of this. It is a comprehensive plan amendment, which means the sub-area plan, if approved, would be added by reference to the comprehensive plan. We have a page in the comp plan that lists all of our adopted sub-area plans. So if it's approved, we would add the downtown master plan to that list. I'm going to talk real briefly about the catalyst projects because those are kind of the big pieces of this plan. The idea behind the catalyst projects are that they are improvements or projects mostly on public land that if implemented, they would be a catalyst for additional private development in the immediate surrounding area and downtown as a whole. So this plan identifies 6 catalyst projects. The first is to create a community commons on the Pershing block. There's of course been a lot of discussion about Pershing. In our plan, instead of identifying one specific redevelopment option, what we do is we've identified some design principles for the site and then some appropriate land uses for the site, so that once we get redevelopment proposals, we can compare them to what's in this plan. Also, as part of this catalyst, we did include the Federal Garage site just to the north. It's at O Street and Centennial Mall, so it's a really great site. We think that's a great redevelopment site. Of course, we'd have to work with the federal government to make that happen, but that's more of a long-term potential redevelopment option, somewhat tied to the Pershing block. Another catalyst is enhancing O Street as the front door to downtown. So that could include streetscape enhancements, similar to what we did on P Street, but could have some different elements to it, a facade improvement program, and then we also identified some potential redevelopment sites along O Street and showed some conceptual graphics of what we'd be looking for if those sites redeveloped in terms of scale and use. Throughout this process, we heard a lot about people wanting more green space downtown. So we have a couple catalyst projects that help to address that. One is our linear greenways. There would be 2 of them, one along 11th Street, one along M Street. Along 11th Street, we could potentially have 57 feet roughly of green space along the street. M Street would be about 37 feet, and those would run through the whole length of downtown. So it's a significant chunk of green space. Those greenway projects would be completely within existing right-of-way. We could achieve it simply by rearranging the streetscape, so we wouldn't need to acquire any private property for that. The other big catalyst project that addresses green space is what we're calling West Park, or a new park in South Haymarket. This was originally identified in 2005. It was also in the 2016 South Haymarket plan, and we just refined that concept a little more here. In the downtown master plan, we showed 2 potential West Park concepts. Some key elements in both those concepts are a multi-use lawn space, an urban dog park, a public plaza at the end of Canopy Street, and then a connection for the Jamaica North Trail that would go through the park. Another catalyst was celebrating the local music scene. Along 14th Street between O and P, we've kind of had this naturally developing really music and arts district. There's a lot of great live music venues that have been very successful. We have outdoor concerts on 14th Street. So this catalyst project is just about building on that through programming, marketing, and maybe some physical improvements to the area to provide more event spaces. And then the last catalyst is just completing some more projects from our 2005 plan. We did a lot of great things with that plan, but there are still some projects that haven't been completed that we still want to do, and we don't want to forget about those. So some examples are completing some of those West Haymarket blocks, the record storage building on K Street. It's a great old building that right now is just being used to store records, and then a multimodal transportation center downtown. So those are the catalysts. There's a lot more to this plan than just the catalyst, though. We have sections on neighborhoods, urban design, mobility, economic development, arts and culture, implementation, and then we also have a market assessment. As Paul mentioned, the mobility piece is what's getting a lot of the discussion when we talk to people about this plan, so I'm going to touch on that a little bit more. This plan does propose evaluating most downtown streets for conversion from one-way to two-way. So if we, yeah, there we go. If we look at this graphic, the purple, blue streets are one-way now. The orange streets are two-way. So you can see it's actually pretty confusing and in some ways doesn't make a lot of sense. It can be intimidating for people who don't drive downtown often, and it's also a potential safety issue. People driving the wrong way down one-ways, people going faster than they should on these wide one-ways. So as Paul mentioned, you received a memo about the street conversions. So I'll just hit the very, very high points of that. The memo talks about some of the benefits of two-way streets. They can balance traffic flow by spreading vehicles throughout the network instead of funneling people onto specific streets to go a certain direction. They can reduce traffic speeds since traffic will naturally be more cautious as you're facing oncoming vehicles. And they can also increase the economic benefit of the street by providing improved access and simpler navigation to first floor businesses and things like parking garage entrances. And then the memo also talks about how two-way streets typically have limited reductions in actual traffic volume when they're implemented correctly. So what the plan is proposing is looking at essentially all of the one-way streets downtown, with the exception of 9th, 10th, K&L. Those obviously move a lot of traffic and is to get people in and out of downtown. But every other street we would want to look at. We wouldn't do it all at once. This would be very, very long-term, and we'd actually see this scenario. We do have a phasing plan. The first street or street segment to look at would be 13th from K to O. That was identified in the 2005 downtown master plan, actually, and it's been talked about for a long time. It's one way from K to O, two-way everywhere else, so it makes a lot of sense to look at this segment first. After that, the next segments that would be looked at would be 11th, 12th, 14th, M, and N, and then more long-term would be 16th, 17th, P, and Q. So it is really important to emphasize that before any of these streets would be converted, we do an engineering study and go through a public process with this. If it turns out, based on engineering or traffic flow, that some of these streets maybe don't make sense for two-way conversion, they wouldn't be converted. We want to convert the streets that make sense. But what this downtown plan is saying is that we should look at all of these street segments because there's a lot of really great benefits for downtown if we do convert these to two-way. So with that, I will wrap up. Me and Paul and the project team are available for any questions.
Questions? Let's start with Dean.
Andrew, when you talk with people who are going to help you with the street design, and are you going to talk about the rollout of how you're going to publicize this? If anyone who lived through the P Street conversion years ago, it was a nightmare. Or can we avoid that, you think? More publicity? What are you going to do to avoid it?
Well, I mean, part of it depends on...
This is major, I mean.
Yeah, so a big piece is when you have the one-way pairs, looking at both pieces of the pair and not just one half. But I think it would be similar to what we did recently with just 13th to the south, where we had a very public process with that. So that's probably how we do each segment as we move forward.
I think bringing up the P Street as an example is a good point on what we wouldn't do with this approach, and that the strategy that's in the plan that Andrew has outlined is something that's been thought through throughout downtown as a system. And so it's important through that study to look at all those streets,
Sure.
knowing that 9th, 10th, K&L carry a large volume of traffic. They need to stay one way. But we do need to look at P and Q and 16th and 17th because they'd all be impacted.
Sure.
Did you have a question, Christy?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Maya?
Do you have any idea what the cost would be just to address 13th Street?
I would defer to one of our professional engineers on that question. Mark Lujaharms is in the audience.
Good afternoon. Mark Luchaharms, Department of Public Works and Utilities. I guess just a little bit of background about this conversion first, if I may, before I answer the question specifically. First of all, from a general perspective, Public Works does endorse this concept of converting one-way streets to two-way with a couple of caveats, and Andrew did a very good job of outlining those. First of all, there's kind of this hierarchy of streets that we would look at, again, starting with 13th Street and then working up to potentially 16th, 17th, P and Q. Secondly, Andrew also referred to a more detailed traffic study that Public Works would commission in partnership with the Planning Department to ensure that we're converting the right streets, if we convert any at all. That would look at various things, including confirming the benefits of safety for both pedestrians and vehicles and bicyclists. It will look at traffic operations to make sure that there's not any intersection operational issues, but also look at some more, I guess, more detail that may not be apparent at face value, and that includes how delivery vehicles would stage at these various street segments, how parking garages are being loaded and unloaded, and then further, I guess also parking impacts, and then finally cost. So we haven't really got into the details of determining what it is. It probably is a healthy number because we are moving some curbs. From my division's perspective, we also have to retrofit a lot of our traffic signals to accommodate the two-directional flow of traffic. So it will be a fairly intensive endeavor to do this, but as part of this evaluation and more detailed study, we would do a little bit more detailed conceptual design and cost estimating as a part of this decision whether or not to make any of these street conversions or not.
What are the funding mechanisms available for a project like 13?
Well, the implementation section talks about, dozens of funding mechanisms. I think this is something that, if prioritized, could be in a capital improvement program. I don't know if TIF could be a source. I think those are a couple that could support or pay for downtown improvements.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I do
Tracy?
have one. When we're talking about the green spaces that we're gonna be creating, this is gonna sound funny, but are we planning on having like grass that's gonna need mowed there, or is this gonna be like trees and flowers?
I think that's an excellent question. I don't think it's silly. I think that at the master plan level, as I said earlier, we throw out these broad concepts. I think that once it becomes a project and it does get public involvement in that level of detail of grass and trees and maybe some play equipment or planting areas, those details are then put into the plan as it's designed. So it could include any number of those.
And I guess kind of
elements.
the reason why I'm asking that is because I'm wondering then, who's gonna be responsible for the maintenance? And I'm worried about fiscal responsibility because I know like Parks and Rec is stretched pretty thin on their dollars. So is that gonna become more parks that they have to cover, or will DLA help with that maintenance, or how does that get worked out?
Yes, so that's a discussion that's been had but not completely resolved. And we're well aware that more public facilities are going to require more maintenance and likely dollars associated with that. I think that it's definitely a balance. And, if we're prioritizing downtown and saying that we want more green space, then yes, we're going to have to make that happen, and maintenance is a big part of that. We're a growing community on the edges as well, and we're planning for parks all over the community, including redevelopment areas like downtown. So I think, yes, it's a balance community-wide that we need to consider.
Tracy?
One of the things you didn't touch upon today, but is in the report, talks about link, the pathway that is connecting all the way around. I guess I would like you to touch on it briefly, and perhaps one of the things I'd like to see is on this map that's up, can you trace it out a little bit and kind of work out exactly where it is and how it all fits together, just real quickly?
So as Andrew's pulling that up, I can kind of talk about the concept. The idea of the link is that this would be a shared use path for pedestrians and bicyclists that would encompass downtown, would connect various destinations, districts. It would connect the adjacent neighborhoods to downtown as well. The pathway that you see on the map, which it's in this kind of shaded dashed line, isn't a concrete layout. The idea, and again, in a master plan with the concept that we have before you, is that we would connect things like the university. We would connect those adjacent neighborhoods. We would connect to Haymarket and the arena, and then the developing South Haymarket district. We've talked a lot about the existing facilities that we have that we can connect to, or in other words, complete the link. We have the trail on the eastern side of downtown in Antelope Valley, and we're talking about in West Park connecting the Jamaica North Trail, which would be the western side of that. Maybe those two pieces become, the eastern and western sides of the link. There are a lot of cities that have done this. A couple that we've talked a lot about are Indianapolis with what they call their cultural trail. And that's an excellent facility, very well received, and a great economic engine for the community. I think in a similar fashion, Sioux Falls, South Dakota has a facility that incorporates some pieces of art and connects their Falls Park to downtown and serves a similar purpose. I think that when and if this becomes a project, this would have a lot of community conversation. We would definitely want to involve people like the university, places like the Lead Center, places that are destinations and cultural amenities for downtown.
It's kind of considered separate from a catalyst project, though, correct?
Yes, and it's a very conceptual project, as Paul had said. That's something that's much further down the line and still has a lot to work out. So.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I do have one more. Please don't hate me. Recently in the news, there was talk about skywalks. And I know, and the only reason that made me think about this is because it said, in the history, that was part of the master plan for downtown. Does this particular master plan address the skywalk system at all?
There is a piece in the plan that talks about the skywalk system. This plan doesn't resolve the issues with the system, but I think it would be unfortunate if we didn't acknowledge the situation. So, of course, private and public sectors are discussing that now, and there's going to be a process and discussion for that to come to a resolution. So
it does, I guess, indicate that the skywalk system is important for the downtown area, or I don't know if that's the right wording.
I would say that it acknowledges the history of it being there and its existence, but doesn't necessarily lead one way or the other to provide a recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
The city and DLA is also the applicant, so our staff presentation served as the testimony by applicant, unless you want to do that again or something else. Good? Are you good, Terry? Okay.
We're good.
Yeah,
So
they were getting me while you were gone.
So we'll go to testimony in support.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Tom Houston. My address is 233 South 13th, Suite 1900 here in Lincoln. I'm before you today because I served as chair of the steering committee of the Downtown Master Plan effort, and I want to touch on two different points. Number one was the outreach process and the community involvement process, and I was very impressed with not only the efforts of the DLA and the planning staff, but also the consultants. And we had 5 working groups involving over 80 individuals that are really stakeholders in the downtown process. Ranging from the economy on one hand to downtown housing issues on the other hand. We had this online survey that we had over 1,700 responses to. We had 3 open houses. We had a design charrette. But I was really impressed with the efforts made of the consulting staff to get out and talk to the adjacent neighborhoods and the other stakeholders like the state government and University of Nebraska and Southeast Community College and Lincoln Public Schools and the development community to talk about downtown and its role within our city. And so I was very pleased with that effort, and I think we got very good input from a community-wide basis that really helped the final product. The other thing I want to mention on was just the catalyst plan. One of the reasons I agreed to get involved with this, because if you look back at the 2005 master plan, it kind of served as a to-do list for the urban development department. And when you look at how many different projects were actually accomplished, I found it to be remarkable. And the focus of these catalyst projects, in my mind, are really trying to encourage downtown investment. And we saw that resulting from the 2005 master plan, that it really attracted a lot of private investment because of the public investment made by the city of Lincoln. And I think the catalyst projects of the downtown master plan will lead to the same result, focusing on trying to make it a livable neighborhood, more amenities for downtown living. And I think that's a key ingredient moving forward. So with that, I was happy to participate, and if you have any questions of me, I'd be try to answer them.
Questions for Tom? No,
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Angie Tucci, and I am a downtown resident. I've been a downtown resident for 7 years. I've worked at Telesis in the Haymarket for 21 years, and I also am a DLA board member. So I live, work, and play downtown. I've also had the pleasure of serving on the Downtown Master Plan Project Committee, and I'm here to support express my support of the plan. My husband and our 3-year-old son and I love living downtown. We love the energy that it provides and the amount of growth that it's seen in the last decade is very impressive. However, not having affordable housing options for us to buy and not having space for our son to play are obstacles that we are currently facing. The focus of the plan's housing with diverse price points, the greenways, and the West Park will really solve this issue for us and give us the ability to remain downtown is where we really want to be. And then also reviving our library and expanding our ever-growing arts and music scene are key elements that really make us have a desire to raise our family down here. So this was a well-organized and thought-out process. Very impressed as well with the process. And just that we went out and were getting input from everyone that wanted to, pretty much anyone that wanted to give input, they did. So that was very impressive. And so just in closing, it just really makes me very excited and proud to be a downtown resident and employee.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Angie, could I get your address, please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. 122 North 11th, Unit 404.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Nancy Artergati. I live at 1000 Evergreen Drive here in Lincoln. And I am a member of the DLA board where I represent the Arter Group, my family's company where I was formerly employed, and now we developed and continue to have interests in properties in both the Central Business District and in the Haymarket area. And I work in the Haymarket area as well now. I lived downtown for several years, and my perspective's a little different because I moved downtown in 1983. And so I have had a front row seat to see this evolution and to witness what these careful planning processes have helped us to develop in downtown Lincoln. Couple of key points stand out for me. I think this builds on the foundation laid by previous projects. I think that's really important. I think a good plan looks backwards as well to see where we came from, as well as looking forward to make sure that we continue to support the investments that we've made in the past. I think this plan does that very well. I love that it defines downtown as a multi-dimensional neighborhood. That is how it feels to me as it has evolved, and I think this concentrated diversity is exactly what I love about urban areas and probably what we all love about the urban areas where we work, where we love to visit, and where some of us have lived. I think that the geographic diversity of the proposed projects is a wonderful building on the past plan as we start to address areas of downtown that weren't directly addressed in the previous plan. And I believe that collectively, I imagine all of these being implemented, and I think it would be transformational for downtown in a wonderful way. Finally, I have already had several conversations with individuals about the concerns about traffic flow. And I assume that will continue to invite a lot of comment and discussion. And I think it's important, and it's been an education for me to think about the difference between the concept and the execution. I think that a multi-dimensional downtown must be designed to balance the priorities of all users, cyclists, cars, and pedestrians. I think it's important to retain the conceptual ideas put forth in this plan. I think it makes a very important statement about our collective vision of what we want our downtown to be. Like other American cities, for years our focus was on cars, and we all see that changing, and I couldn't be happier. I am a user of the N Street bike path. And I will say that in spite of my history in downtown, we have finally succeeded in confusing me of where I can turn left and where I can turn right and where I can't. I can only imagine what it's like to be a visitor once a year for the state basketball tournament. There's the concepts of the streets, and then there's in practice, and that's where, as a citizen, I have such tremendous confidence in our elected bodies like this body, the city council, our city staff, and our public processes to believe that the steps that will be taken in phasing these will address those concerns that you're going to hear in the discussion of this plan today. Thank you.
Thanks. Testimony in support? We'll wait.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Tilley. I live at 1314 O Street, apartment 401. I'm here. I have two hats on today. One is as a fairly new downtown denizen. I moved downtown in September, and we love it. My husband and I love it. I'm also here with my lead hat on because we really want to designate an arts district downtown. And looking at the master plan that is before you now, we know that this art district will connect the other districts. I have handouts that I'd like to give you all. So really, what I'd like to talk about with this art district is that we have a big cluster of arts in Lincoln, starting as an anchor, as far as I'm concerned, with the lead. But across the street, we have the Great Plains, we have the Sheldon, we have various different places around the campus. But not just that, we have Keachel Art Gallery, we have Metro. And looking at the plan, we know that you guys are looking for a zipper or a connection between M Street, past O, all the way down 12th, 13th. And we believe that instituting an arts district, which was also mentioned in the comprehensive plan, would be a perfect solution for this. So I'm here to ask you to include it, or to consider including it. Oh, and if you want to ask me about parking, I'd be happy to talk about it.
Questions?
I do have a question, because you asked us to consider including an arts district, and I guess I'm trying to hear this request and then wonder, why do you believe it's not included?
Well, it's not named at this point. So you have the pedestrian district, the green district on 11th Street, and then you have a music district on 14th, but between there you don't have anything. And it would be a natural place to institute an arts district. And it would be a natural zipper between like Union Plaza and the Haymarket. Oh, and I work at the lead, just in case y'all don't know that.
Other questions? Oh, Dick?
Was this brought up to the task force?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Barnes.
Yes, so we have had a conversation with Michelle and Bill Steffen and others at the Lead Center about this idea of an arts district really encompassing a lot of those facilities. In that conversation, we talked about the specific text, and if you refer to either your digital version or a hard copy, there's a couple places actually that the art district concept is mentioned, and I think it's actually referred to a cultural district in text. Of course, that can change as it's implemented. But there's a few statements on page 97 where we do talk about these wonderful facilities and the contributions they have, and how recognizing them in some kind of district name branding would contribute to overall downtown and Lincoln as a community. The other place that we mentioned in the plan is page 76, where we had talked about the link, that multi-use path that would connect different districts, destinations, and cultural amenities. And knowing that as the link moves forward, that this arts or cultural district would be definitely a destination or a district that we would want to include there.
Perfect. It's a perfect fit, actually. And there is precedent. I mean, we did try to implement the 12th Street Arts Corridor, which is a great start, but this could actually flesh that out more. And it's also the Bilbao effect, where an arts district actually does bring more people downtown and makes it a more satisfying place to live, including, across from the Lead, we just talked about, well, we didn't. You guys just talked about that new building and a restaurant and how that would revitalize that area. Yes, it absolutely would. And creating an arts district designation would also help people from out of town understand where that area would be when they come in.
I did note that it says the common themes heard throughout the outreach process included, and there's several on a list, but it says designated area for music and art.
Mm-hmm. Right, and 14th Street is designated as a music district, but not, it doesn't go any further than that. It stops at music, it stops at Rococo, and frankly, we have this wealth of culture and arts right in that area. Why not give it a designation? It would be important to our city and important to our visitors.
Good. Other questions? Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony in support of this item? Okay, is there testimony in opposition to this item? I don't see any. Do we have any staff questions?
Yes, please.
Paul, for Paul?
Sure.
Okay.
Here.
How do you feel about that suggestion about including an arts district? How would that, change what you have presented to us today?
I think that we're welcoming that, and that the way we've structured it in the downtown master plan is that idea, that concept, really has a good place with the next University of Nebraska's campus master plan, and that we feel that's really a tool that we hope to be a part of and process, because this is, the line between the university and downtown. We would definitely invite that as an opportunity where that idea is fleshed out and then really, blossoms into a full-fledged district.
So is it too late to include it in this plan? Is it something?
I guess I was kind of understanding a little bit, Paul, that you thought that it was inclusive in some regards already in the plan.
Yeah,
Mr.
correct.
Carey, is that?
I think that we do include and acknowledge all of the facilities, as Ms. Tilley had explained. I don't think that the master plan is necessarily the place to completely develop that. As we've talked about with the other concepts, it is the place for the broader vision to be housed, and that in order to develop that further and then implement, the idea is that would be done in conjunction with the campus master plan.
David Carey with the Planning Department. I would just add to that, just to make sure that it's clear. We had some very recent discussions with the Lead Center folks, including Michelle, and we came to an understanding that we had added some of that language that Paul just referenced. And so that has happened in the last moment here, and we are completely on board with that. It is a very strong idea. We think it makes sense. But again, to reiterate what Paul said, is that there's a relationship there with the actual campus plan that is going to most likely have an update in the 2020 time period. And so that's something that we feel strong about as well, is that it needs to be coordinated with that. But certainly an ongoing discussion about this concept is a very clearly a good thing for downtown, and we consider it in the plan now, the way that we've added that language.
And so maybe at that time when campus is developing their master plan, or updating it, maybe I should say, we might have updates
Sure.
to our plan as well.
That's a fairly likely thing, actually. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other staff questions? Okay, I think we are ready to entertain a motion.
Move conformance with the comp plan.
Second, Finnegan.
Discussion?
Sure. I had the luxury of serving on the Downtown Master Plan Committee, and would first and foremost like to start by thanking the leaders and the organizers, I should say, really, of all of that. Terry, Todd, Paul, Andrew, David, thank you all very, very much for all of this. We appreciate the thousands of individuals that provided feedback to you, and the organization that all of you did in organizing that feedback and trying to find something cohesive with all of this. I think the plan does a nice job of setting clear priorities for downtown with avenues of achieving those priorities. I think Terry made a little reference here to it. I appreciate that the Downtown Master Plan that we're considering today is not only aspirational, but also takes into account the challenges of implementing some of these plans as we move forward in our community and the impacts that may have in that community. I think it's a very open and honest discussion about the impacts sometimes that can happen, but at the same time remaining an aspirational document that hopefully we can reference. And as some of our speakers mentioned today, the transition from concept to actualization can be rough and rocky and fun, but on the other hand, those are valuable conversations to have. This is a valuable document to help guide those conversations, and I surely appreciate the work that has gone into all of this. Truly, thank you all very much. And I think that I hope to see a lot of the implementation of the concepts in this plan, and I look forward to that process as the years go by. So thank you all very much. I'll plan on supporting the implementation of this plan into the comp plan.
Very good. Others?
I will support this document also, and I appreciate all the hard work, and I appreciate the fact that the planning department made it fun, having a public input location at the Rococo instead of a windowless room. I think that kind of was in spirit with the kind of fun and vibrant place that we know Lincoln is and want it to be. I'm particularly excited about the music district. I think this is going to be a great thing. It's something that's already been organically there, and it's been a treasure for many of us for a long time, and I'm excited to promote it even stronger to people who are not from here. I have one practical suggestion when it comes to the music district in general. I'm a frequent Uber and Lyft rider, and I usually make it a point to talk to my driver about how Lincoln could improve ride sharing, and one of the main suggestions is to create a designated ride sharing pickup and drop off for the O Street bar scene crowd for convenience reasons, traffic flow reasons, safety reasons. I don't have a specific location in mind. Centennial Mall kind of comes to mind. Maybe a couple of parking spots could be converted into a ride-sharing designated spot. I would love to see something like that, and I think it would help to not have those riders circulating looking for passengers from a traffic flow and safety perspective.
Others?
I think this is a well fleshed out plan. I really appreciate, I'm happy to hear that so many people think that the neighborhood involvement or the constituent involvement was better than ever, because I think that that's really important. I like to think we're learning from our past mistakes and figuring out how to reach out to people. As far as the whole one-way, two-way conversions, my opinion is right now it is the most confusing it has ever been. It needs to be all one-ways or all two-ways. And with the exception of the major 9th, 10th, K and L, I understand those need to stay one-ways. But right now it is really confusing, when you're turning, am I turning onto a one-way? Am I not turning onto a one-way? Than it has ever been. So let's hurry up and do them. Let's just do them. One way or the other. But I do support the plan, and I appreciate everyone's time that they've put into it.
Anybody else?
I just would like to say a few words. Thank you again, and making it fun, like our fellow commissioners had said, really opened up the eyes of a lot of people so that they could have the opportunity to voice their opinions with that. I think it was very excellent in the outreach and participation, and I love how we've defined opportunities and to continue to make Lincoln a very popular place to be. Also, I think we can be fiscally responsible with this plan and really look at the opportunities we have to encourage the private sector and continue on all of these goals. So thank you again for all your time. I am in support.
I'd like to add my support as well and encourage us as we implement this to be thinking about the green space and the kind of amenities we provide our citizens. When people are moving downtown, they're not moving downtown just because of convenient housing and access to restaurants and the art scene. They also deserve to have access to parks and to be in a pedestrian-friendly community. And if that means converting one-ways to two-ways, all right. I'm a huge proponent of one-way streets. I actually like them, but I understand the two ways. But I'd also really encourage the greatest green development of the West Haymarket Park area.
I'm going to support the plan too. I think it's a very good plan. I think all good plans are based on a really solid foundation, and I think this one is. We've talked about how great the process was. That's one of the keys to a great foundation. And for all who are concerned about one-way streets, going to two-way streets, I think the other thing that has always been impressive, at least in my time as a commissioner and all my time in Lincoln, is that our planning department and city staff, other departments, Mark, Public Works, the data that you are able to put together and the projections that are made for these kinds of plans very often and most often turn out to be true. So I have very few concerns about kind of what is going to happen in the future with some of these changes. I think that we've got a great track record in Lincoln of even with the comprehensive plan just being right on track with our assumptions and what we believe will happen in the future. So I'm going to support the plan as well. I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, this is for the approval of Comprehensive Plan Amendment 18003. Beckius?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Joy?
Yes.
Washington?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Scheer?
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0.
Does anyone want a break?
Yes.
Okay, we'll have to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
wants to disclose ex parte communication?
I just forgot to mention that I was at the mayor's neighborhood roundtable when they presented the downtown master plan. I don't remember what month it was.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
I think we're ready to move on now.
Okay. Under text amendment, item 4.3 is text amendment 18011 to amend section 13.048 of the Lancaster County zoning regulations relating to commercial wind energy system to add a noise limit for landowners who choose to participate in a wind energy project. Staff recommendation is for approval. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed?
I see none.
Tom Chaka, planning staff. This application is to amend section 13.048 of the Lancaster County zoning regulations for commercial wind energy conversion systems. Basically, it is amending one section and adding a section. It is amending section I. The current regulations was in the staff report as Exhibit 3. But what it would be amending is currently noise regulations are for both participating and non-participating properties. The current noise regulations of 40 dBA from the hours of 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 37 dBA from the hours of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. would be for non-participating properties, and there would be a separate noise level for participating properties of 50 dBA of all hours. In addition, I want to make it clear that that is the only thing that is changing. Initially, the applicant had requested a change to setbacks. That is no longer part of this application. So all of the current conditions that are in, and I just want to touch on a few of those that pertain to non-participating properties. Shadow flicker is a condition that any turbine within a half a mile of a non-participating dwelling, that there should be no shadow flicker for no more than total of 30 hours per year. Setbacks, the current code is that a turbine needs to be 2 times the turbine height to a property line, or 3.5 times the turbine height to a dwelling unit, whichever is greater, and at a minimum needs to be 1,000 feet from a property line. There's also a condition if you have a vacant lot that there must be within that vacant lot a 3-acre area that would meet all the requirements of noise and setbacks. So if you built a house within that 3 acre, you would not, that house would meet those requirements, or the turbine would meet those requirements to the house. And I already touched on the noise, which remains unchanged. So since that's really about my part of this presentation, the bulk of this is going to be from the health department, because this is basically about noise. Chris Schroeder from Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department is here. Planning staff and health department worked in conjunction on this, presenting the staff report. And so I'm going to turn it over to Chris unless there is any questions on the current code from anybody.
Any questions for Tom? Okay. Thank you, Tom. Chris?
Hi, Chris Schroeder with the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department. And today we have a presentation on the basis for our approval recommendation on text amendment 18011. And I don't want to go over this again. Tom already addressed the current noise limits, and I think the important point to remember is that it is currently for participating and non-participating properties, the 40 during the day and then the 37 at night. But I think what's helpful to understand the basis for a recommendation is to go back and look at the extensive work that staff did back in 2015 to set the current public health science-based noise limits. Staff spent countless number of hours, reading peer-reviewed scientific-based literature, and the key there was for us to focus on those studies that examined wind turbine noise exposure and potential negative health outcomes. And what we found in that research, you'll be able to read about a whole litany of potential negative health outcomes, but annoyance was the key negative health outcome identified, that there could be a clear link to wind turbine noise exposure and then annoyance. But then people might think, what is the issue with annoyance from a public health perspective? Well, the sensation or perception of being annoyed, we know that can lead to stress, that can lead to sleep disturbance, and then therefore those things can lead on to other potential negative health outcomes. So in that process, we relied heavily on that peer-reviewed scientific literature to establish wind turbine noise levels that minimize the percent of people that are annoyed or highly annoyed, and that's something I'm going to come back to. This is a graphic showing the work that we did back in 2015, and it's the charts there have LEQ on the bottom, and that is the decibel levels and the percent annoyed, and it has it for different sources of noise. If you look at that, it has air, road, rail, and wind. And what is first noticeable is that, at the same decibel level, wind turbine noise tends to be more annoying at that level. The arrows on there, they're showing our estimates for the range of annoyance. The blue lines are from the Pedersen study we looked at back then, and then over on the red for the percent highly annoyed was from the Health Canada study, the people that were either very annoyed or highly annoyed. So we use that to help set the current limit of the 40 and the 37 to again minimize the percent of people that will be annoyed by the wind turbine noise. So the proposed amendment before you again is for participating properties, and they're asking for a 50 decibel maximum 10-minute LEQ for all hours of the day and night. And again, an important distinction is that this is for the participating property owners, and while that is not currently defined in the regulation, it is our understanding that this means that participants are agreeable to the wind energy or to the wind turbine project. So therefore, those not participating would be afforded the same public health protections in place now, and that is the existing noise limits and setbacks. So in the review of the higher noise limit for participating properties, we relied heavily on 3 studies that I'm going to go ahead and review. And a lot of this information was in the memorandum that we submitted last week as part of the staff report packet. I guess going back to this proposed text change, back in 2015, we said that annoyance was the key negative outcome. Today, that is the same for this review. And for this, we had 2 main questions that we sought to answer. Does the peer-reviewed scientific-based literature support much less reported annoyance for participating properties? And then is the proposed wind turbine noise level, that's again the 50 decibels, is that supported by the scientific wind turbine noise data that we looked at? So I'm going to start off with probably the most important study that we looked at that did differentiate between participating and non-participating properties. That was the Health Canada Wind Turbine Noise and Health Study. It was a very large epidemiological study that examined the impacts of wind turbine noise and health and well-being. This was a study that was conducted in Southwest Ontario and Prince Edward Island. They had 1,238 randomly selected participants. I think impressively, they had almost a 79% response rate to the survey they conducted. For this study, again, we focused on information that related to participants that received personal benefit. And this is defined as including benefits through rent, payments, or other indirect benefits. An indirect benefit would be for if you had if the wind energy company paid for a community center, that would be considered an indirect benefit. And really the most significant finding, and this was found in a 2018 paper published in the Canadian Journal of Public Health by Dr. Michaud and others. They found that participating respondents effectively reported 0 aggregate annoyance. This is significant. Aggregate annoyance, so that's the entire spectrum of annoyance, from not at all to extremely annoyed. So very significant finding. So again, going back to the levels that we set back in 2015, we tried to minimize the percent of people that would be annoyed through a wind turbine noise exposure. This is a table giving you a sense of the different decibel categories. On top is the wind turbine noise in decibels, and it gives you the ranges there, 25 to 30, and so on and so forth, up to the 40 to 46, showing the overall of the 1,238 respondents. You can see the 2 top categories, 521 respondents there, 234 in the upper category, 40 to 46. What's important about this slide, and I'll come back to it, I'll reference it, is that you look at the number of participating, or the persons receiving economic benefit. There was 110, but if you look, they are located in the 2 highest noise categories, which makes sense. They're going to be more than likely located closer to the wind turbine than other respondents of the survey. So in looking at the proposed 50 decibel noise limit for the 10-minute LAQ, which is a short-term average, we reviewed the wind turbine noise data relative to this for the participating properties. And again, table 1 from the Michaud paper. I think this next slide will show you the distance of the wind turbines and the wind turbine levels that were there. So sort of a busy table, but it gives you a sense of the calculated wind turbine noise exposure levels all the way up to 46 decibels. It also gives you the number of respondents that were within certain distances of the turbines as well. But what was important for us trying to answer that second question was that the data in the Health Canada study, those numbers represent year-long average wind turbine noise levels. And again, those receiving personal benefits were in the highest wind turbine noise categories. And so then, the proposed 50 decibel noise limit, it's what we call a short-term average. It's the 10-minute LEQ. But then also in looking at long-term averages versus the short-term averages, wind turbines, they don't operate all the time, and they're not always at the same power output, which dictates the amount of noise they will emit. And then the wind direction also is not constant throughout the year, so that will then influence the year-long wind turbine noise averages experienced at the dwellings. So therefore, we thought it was reasonable to conclude that the year-long wind turbine noise averages of the 40 to 45 dBA, which we saw in the tables that in the Health Canada study, those would contain short-term 50 decibel levels, which made sense to us. In further looking at the short-term average versus the long-term average, we had asked Nextera to provide some wind turbine noise modeling, and they did do that. They had Epsilon Associates provide wind turbine noise modeling for 54 turbines, and they said they used a hypothetical but realistic layout. And so when you look at that modeling data, if you look at the average LEQs versus the short-term LEQs, they are lower than the short-term LEQs. So if you note the percentage of receptors in the 46 to 50 dBA category, for the short-term, there was actually 24% receptors were in that category. Then if you looked at the annual, so the year-long average, there were 0% of receptors in that category. So that helps support that, again, the short-term is obviously going to be higher than the long-term average. We also reviewed the Backer paper, and this paper examined a research study conducted in the Netherlands. There were 725 respondents in this study. And again, this study for us is important because it looked at wind turbine noise exposure and annoyance. So this table 1 below from the study, it's giving you a sense again of the sound pressure level categories at the top, and then the different areas on the side. And if you look at the 2 highest categories, there were 159 in those 2 upper noise categories. But another benefit for us on this paper, which was key, is that it also examined the influence of economic benefit relative to wind turbine noise exposure and reported annoyance. And on the next slide, I've got tables 3 and 4 from that study. But what the data showed was that in the rather annoyed and very annoyed categories, respondents with economic benefit reported less annoyance. This is especially apparent in table 4. Table 3 at the top is response to outdoor wind turbine sound among economic benefiting versus non-benefiting respondents. The bottom is the indoor response to the wind turbine sound. And in the top 2 categories, you essentially had, in the no economic benefit, you had, well, it went from 4% with no economic down to 0% with economic benefit reporting being rather annoyed. And then in the upper category it was the same with the 4% of no economic benefit reporting very annoyed, and then the 0% for those that receiving economic benefit. So again, relative to looking at the proposed 50 short-term 10-minute LEQ, the wind turbine noise exposure data in that table 1 is also long-term averages. So again, we're able to conclude the same as we did for the Health Canada study data, that for the 41 to 45 dBA levels, those wouldn't conclude and support a 50 dBA short-term wind turbine noise level for participating properties. What is not included in that table 1 data, in that study, some of the respondents had wind turbine noise exposures up to 54 decibels. The Janssen paper.
Could you say that one more time, the last sentence about 54 decibels?
Sure.
Sorry.
No problem. So I'll go back to the table 1. And within this data, table 1 is here. They're showing that, again, at the top is the noise categories, and they say greater than 45. But what is not noticed in that table is that some respondents experience up to 54 decibels at their dwelling. The Janssen paper, this was a research paper that used or examined 3 studies. 2 were from Sweden, 1 was from the Netherlands. The one from the Netherlands was actually the same data set used in the Backer paper, but the 2 studies from Sweden, 1 was in the year 2000 with 341 respondents. In the year 2005, another study with 754 respondents, and they also looked at the exposure-response relationship between wind turbine noise exposure and annoyance. In this paper, other than noise, they were able to identify other individual and situational characteristics for annoyance, such as economic benefit. And further analysis found that respondents with economic benefit and exposed to the wind turbine noise levels, and actually, again, these respondents were at the highest exposure levels for wind turbine noise. They hardly reported any annoyance. So again, this study helps support that. Our first question we had was that do participating property owners experience less wind turbine noise annoyance, and this study helps support that as well. This is just a table from that paper, give you a sense of again the number of respondents, and then for this paper we couldn't look at the detailed wind turbine noise exposure data because all they provided was the LDEN metric. If we go back to our briefing a few weeks back, the LDEN is just a different noise metric versus the LEQ. To get to the LEQ metric, you would -5 approximately. So again, these are average here, so we didn't necessarily rely on this so much to support the 50 decibel short-term limit. Then in conclusion, biggest thing is that we reviewed the current peer-reviewed science-based research relative to establishing a higher noise limit for participating property owners. And for us, really the most compelling evidence was that in the Health Canada study. So these were studies published after 2015 by Health Canada that they further analyzed the data collected in that study. Back in 2015, we just had the summary available when we set the noise limits. Again, there were many papers that came out after that, and we relied on many of those. In conclusion, we're recommending approval of text amendment number 1810 because we believe that the peer-reviewed scientific studies support that again, participating property owners can be exposed to wind turbine noise levels up to a 50 decibel 10-minute LEQ and not experience significant levels of annoyance.
Questions for Chris? Tracy?
Chris, did you talk to any of the folks who were in charge of the studies?
Yeah, yes, we did. Mr. Holmes and myself, we spoke with Dr. Michal and Dr. Keith. I think, as I mentioned in our memo, they very graciously accepted to talk to us over the phone. Just a couple local guys had some questions about the study, and we had over an hour conference call. That was very helpful. They sort of help us key in on that those were average year-long levels. But yeah, I mean, it was very helpful.
So in that conversation, when you said that you concluded that there was, that in their year-long, that there would have been periods of time that it would have been up to 50 for the shorter term, they confirmed that information with you.
Yes.
That wasn't just your conclusion.
Right, exactly. And they actually said that there might be times even up to 60 decibel short term as well.
Thank you.
So, I was here in 2015 when the ordinance, we discussed it back then. And so back then your position was that from a sort of public health and environmental regulations perspective, there shouldn't be a different standard for somebody who benefits economically, and that the level of exposure should be the same because it's a public health issue.
Mm-hmm.
What specifically made you change your mind?
That is a great question, because in Public Health 101, you don't allow people to accept a higher risk for payment. And so for us, when we were able to review studies post the Health Canada study in 2015, and what that's telling us is that participating property owners report, effectively zero aggregate annoyance. So then therefore they should not have negative health effects. So again, when we first, read this proposal, it was met with some skepticism. So again, that's why we had those two main questions that we had to answer before us to recommend approval.
So the supporting evidence has broadened, and that has
Yes.
made you reassess
Right.
okay, thank you.
Dick?
Chris, with the 50 decibel level, what distance to property line or to a dwelling unit do you need to get down to the 40 and 37?
Okay, so the 40-37, what the modeling data showed, it's a minimum of a mile away if you're non-participating. So fairly, large setback.
Tracy, and then Sandra.
Okay, I have several for you. First of all, how did you go about picking these 3 particular peer-reviewed scientific papers versus all of the information out there?
Because they talked about there's between participating and non-participating property owners. They're able to differentiate that.
Okay, and you made sure to use scientific reviewed information so that you know that it's reliable data?
Yes.
Okay. You also, so I think this is what you said, but I want to make sure. We have I'm not sure how to say it, Epsilon study that was done. Did you commission that, or did the applicant commission that, or kind of explain?
Right,
how
we
that-
asked for that data, and then the applicant, and they might be better for them to speak to it, but I believe they hired Epsilon Associates to conduct that noise modeling.
Okay. And then, so this Health Canada study, is it the same study that you referenced back in 2015?
Yes.
But you said that the whole paper was not done at that time.
It was just a summary available.
And so, but it is the same one, okay.
Yep.
On the backer paper, and this is kind of a funny question, but they talk about the sleep disturbance was self-reported, and then they also talk about psychological distress. Was that self-reported, or was that like from some other?
I believe that was self-reported.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Do you know, when it comes from the manufacturer, do they have a specific recommendation for noise limitations when it comes to their product?
I don't know that.
Okay. Do you know anything about endangered bats in this particular area?
I don't.
Okay. I don't know if you're gonna know about this one either. Can these cause oil leaks?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. And this might be more of a question for planning staff, but so right now, they have to be participating property owner in order for these.
To accept the higher noise limit, correct?
If we have a property owner that for whatever reason couldn't fit a wind turbine on their property, but they weren't against it, is there somehow that they could become a participating property owner without actually having the turbine?
My understanding, that would be correct.
I mean, do they, I just
Yeah.
assume they'd have
It's
to like sign a paper or
agreeable to
something.
they're agreeable to the wind energy project.
If I understand, the applicant can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is to be able to place a wind turbine, you're gonna place that on one property. You're gonna have multiple properties around it to be participating in order to meet the setbacks and the noise levels. So yes,
So it is possible to be a participating property owner, but not technically have a turbine located on your property that you own.
that's correct.
Okay.
If you are a participating landowner and you don't have the turbine on your property, is it your understanding they also receive economic benefit?
That's my understanding.
All right. I'm going to go back to my first thought of questions. So when the health department in 2015 came up with their recommendation at that time, it sounded like, and I think you're reiterating today, that the primary health concern was annoyance.
Correct.
Is that the only health concern the health department sees?
That is the only one that we can substantiate through the peer-reviewed scientific-based literature, that they can show a direct correlation with that.
And taking what Commissioner Core has asked about the Backer study, self-reported annoyance or no annoyance, or self-reported sleep disturbance or not, do you see those as health concerns, or do you categorize them all as annoyance?
Well, I'd categorize it health concern if they're reporting annoyance, meaning, and it gets back to if you're annoyed, can cause stress, sleep disturbance, and so on. So that's the connection with the negative health outcomes, is the annoyance.
The annoyance, all right. So is the health department saying this is the only concern, or just the only concern you can
It's the only concern that we can identify, again, in the peer-reviewed scientific literature.
Thank you.
You imply by saying that there's other data out there that is not peer review tested that has other conclusions, but you're sticking strictly to what has been introduced and has been reviewed.
You're right, in
the
scientific journals, literature, undergone peer review. I mean, it just is not, really a sound approach to use other, not peer-reviewed studies to make a determination.
Right, okay. Other questions, Christie?
Yes. On the older studies that you mentioned, the 2000, 2005, has there been a follow-up study to see if the opinions had changed based on time and experience?
I did not see that, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
Okay. And is there a way to do a study that is not based on self-reporting or more of a controlled group, or is there studies out there that are like that?
Well, in the Health Canada study, they did do objective measures as well. When they're looking at the issue of sleep disturbance, they actually, believe, used a device called an active watch, and tried to make a correlation between wind turbine noise levels and sleep disturbance. They did not find that using an objective measure for sleep disturbance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this point? Okay, thanks, Chris. We're ready for testimony from the applicant. I want to remind, before we get into the testimony aspect of the hearing, that we have the 5-minute presentation. If, and this will go for later testimony too, if someone wants to speak on behalf of others and you need to go to 10 minutes or something, make sure we know about that, and I think that's appropriate. But we do want to stay pretty tight with our parameters here on testimony. Please.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Philip Clement. I'm the Director for Renewable Energy Development here in Nebraska for Next Era Energy Resources. Company's address is 700 Universe Boulevard in Juno Beach, Florida. And just go over a real quick presentation here to piggyback on what has already been said. Just a little bit about the company. We acquired this project in 2018 from Volkswind. We are not Volkswind. We have nothing to do with Volkswind. They have nothing to do with the project anymore. So they're completely out of the picture. Next Era Energy, we have a lot of experience in wind projects. We have over 120 operating in the United States. But beyond wind projects, we also do solar projects. We also have nuclear energy, gas pipelines, gas turbines. So we're an energy company, been around for almost 100 years, and we do have a lot of experience in the energy space. Since 2013, we've invested over $400 million here in Nebraska, and we would like to keep going and invest more and more in this state. And we do have some core values. Just listen here: do the right thing, treat people with respect, and strive for excellence. Those actually are very, very important to us, and they really do drive a lot of what we do. So the proposed amendment, I'm not going to belabor this, is to have the 50 dBA for participating landowners. This is consistent with regulations throughout Nebraska, and just really want to maintain non-participants. They are protected with all the regulations adopted in 2015, and that does not change in any way, shape, or form. All right, the basis for the proposed amendment. Really, we try to strike a balance between those people who want to participate, want to use their land to have some extra income, and those who do not. And so that's why we thought that 50 decibels for the participating landowners would allow some flexibility, allow people to possibly put a turbine on their land if they want to, and then those who do not, again, they would still fall into the existing regulations without any changes. As the other gentleman said, that this is supported by research. And again, and I don't want to keep beating this, but no changes for non-participating landowners. Public outreach and transparency is one of the things we really try to do. It's kind of one of the hallmarks of our development process. And you can just kind of see some of the things we've done here over the last few months to engage the public, to get public comment, solicit feedback, and things of that nature. And as we've just heard, the planning and health departments, staffs both recommend approval. And finally, I'll just leave, this is directly from one of the landowners in the Steel Flats project, located in Gage and Jefferson County. And here's what they've said about their experience with a wind turbine that is on their property. And with that, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Questions? Maya?
Yes. I was trying to find in the minute the specifics here, but when the original, I know you're not affiliated with Volkswagen, but when they were in front of us, I asked the applicant if at that time, if we had made it different for participating than non-participating, if that would have moved the needle for them to make the project economically viable, because the argument was that with the noise limits proposed by the health department, Volkswagen was saying it's not gonna happen. So, and the answer was maybe, but probably not. So what's changed from your perspective that you think this is a workable solution?
Well, I think over, since 2015, the technology is increasing very rapidly, not just in wind energy, but in solar and in everything. So there's new turbines. The noise is a major factor in the design, trying to reduce that. The 50 decibels with the 40 and 37 around for a non-participant, it's still challenging. And so there does have to be a good amount of participation. Oh, and just let me answer just one question. Yes, it is possible for somebody to not have a turbine, but to be participating in the project, and that they do get benefit for that. And we consider a participating landowner as someone who has a signed contract with us. So not just someone who is agreeable, but someone who actually has a signed contract where they get definitive payment from us, and that's who we consider a participant. So there would have to still be a significant amount of participation around that turbine in order for it to be in compliance. So it would be challenging, and we wouldn't be able to put turbines, all over the place. But I think that's also, fits in with the spirit of the regulation in that, you should only be able to put turbines in areas where there's support.
Thank you.
Sandra?
If the regulations stayed the same, how many turbines would you be able to put up? And how different is that from changing the regulation? So I'm trying to imagine the scale, the economic scale you're working with.
If the regulations stay the same, we'd put 0 turbines in Lancaster County.
Okay. And if the regulation changes, how many turbines do you put up?
Then it just strictly depends on how many people participate. So I'm sorry, I just can't say at this time, because if a lot of people signed up, we'd be able to put more. If very few amount of people signed up, then we'd be able to put very few.
Okay. That does answer one of the questions I was going to go back and ask staff, because I did not see in the regulations that we have right now, and I wasn't on commission in 2015, where it says that the requested amendment would permit commercial wind turbines in Lancaster County, and I didn't think the county had not permitted them. It may be that it just, maybe just the noise level set were restrictive for this. Can you tell me, for how long does the participating status last? Does it ride on the deed?
It rides on usually just the length of the operation of the wind farm. Typically, a commercial life of wind farm would be about 30 years, plus or minus. So, the contract terms may change, but I think a good rule of thumb is the participation would last as long as the wind farm is in operation.
And can someone stop being a participating landowner?
At that point, if they signed a contract, the contract would be binding, like all contracts.
Okay.
If, perhaps something could be worked out, but, at that point, really, it would just be a contract between, that person and the company.
And if they were to sell their property in the 30 years while the wind farm is still operating, does that contract transfer to the new landowner?
Yes. Yeah, the contract transfers as well as the monetary benefit.
I want to go back to a point that Sandra made. So at this point, you do not, until this were to be approved, for example, you do not know how many wind turbines are possible out there. At this point, you don't know that.
Right, sir. That I do not know that.
You haven't done any of the work to sign up participating.
We have some when we acquired the Volkswagen project.
Right.
There are some
Obviously,
leases
yes.
that went along with that. But it's not, they're not enough to have a viable project
Okay.
here in the county.
Okay.
One more. Oh, go ahead, Tracy.
So a little bit of clarification. I know that this is called Blue Prairie, so you have Blue Prairie Wind. Is that the same thing as Nextera? Or is that like a subsidiary, or how does that?
It's a project. So NextEra Energy Resources is, the overall, and then the project company itself is Blue Prairie.
Okay. Can you give me maybe some examples or of other projects you've done? Like, I know there's different wind farms in different states. Can you, you said you had a host of different projects. Can you give us some examples?
Yes, ma'am. I recently did a project in Webster County that commissioned in late 2017. And also, I'm currently building a project in Wayne County, which will commission in July of 2019.
Kind of forgot about those ones in Webster County. I was surprised when I went down there. I go down there about once a year, and I
Right.
was surprised. I was like, whoa, where did these come from all of a sudden?
Right.
Yeah, forgot those were there. Okay, great, thanks. You said you held some open houses. Were any of them held like at night, so working folks had time to get there?
Yes, ma'am. We had two. We had one at night and then one in the morning to try to accommodate as many people as possible.
Great. So when it comes to wind turbines, and I know I asked this question of Health Department before, but I think you're probably who I should be asking. Is there a manufacturer recommendation for noise?
Yes, ma'am, there is. And it's not a blanket across all of the turbines, but I believe, and we can get you this information, but I believe the turbines that we would likely use, I think GE says it's 1.1 times the turbine height, so it's pretty low. But I have to confirm that, but we can get that to you.
And that goes for the noise limitations?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so. But regardless of the limitations that the manufacturer says, and I think they're just over 1,000 feet. But again, I don't hold me to that one. I can get you that information. The lowest that we go as a company is 1,600 feet.
Okay.
So regardless of like for example, in Wayne County, there are no wind ordinances at all, but we've used that 1,600 feet minimum distance just because that's what we do. That's the internal.
You don't like to cite them within 1,600 square feet because you feel like that would be too close for?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, even for a participant.
Okay. There was a letter that referenced oil leaks from wind turbines. Can you address that for me?
Ma'am, I didn't see that, but we were talking about that briefly. I'm not familiar with any oil leaks from wind turbines. I mean, frankly, the machine's, it's pretty simple, which is one of the, I guess, the economic drivers for it, in that it's a low maintenance item. So even if there was to be an oil leak, there's not really considerable amount of fluid within the.
I'm kind of imagining something like a car engine that has to have oil to run
Right.
it.
Yeah.
The engine would have, not huge amount of oils, but some oil.
Right. So there certainly is some kind of lubricating.
There's a lubricating oil, but there's not necessarily, it's not used as fuel. It's
No,
just
no.
lubricating
Right.
oil.
Yeah. No, there's no fuel. The only fuel is the wind itself.
Great, thank you.
Maya?
You may or may not be able to answer that. I always wanted to ask this question. So I'm from Sweden originally. I grew up in southern Sweden, really close to Denmark. So there are wind turbines everywhere around.
Right.
And yet in Sweden and Denmark, the noise limits are a little bit lower typically than what you're suggesting here, although it's and across the board, no difference, I think, between participating and non-participating. And I've always wondered why it is possible to have such a thriving industry with where we're being told that the noise limit is basically regulating wind energy out of business. So I'm wondering, is there something about the density of the population, or is it the fact that there's coast so that you can site them in the water? A lot of them are in the water.
Right.
Why is it that they can thrive in rural Sweden and Denmark with kind of 40 to 45 decibel noise level?
Right. Ma'am, so let me say I'm not familiar with, everything, the wind turbines in Sweden and whatnot.
No,
but-
obviously not. I'm just a
but-
general
sure.
concept. What is it? Something about Lancaster County in particular that's?
It's a matter of distance.
Okay.
So if we were in a place where the lots were 10,000 acre lots, you could probably have a participating limit of 0. And just the turbines wouldn't produce enough sound to go that far. So it's just a factor of, proximity to the turbine. And that's really it. So then that's an issue. Certainly, the more densely populated an area, the smaller the lots, then a lot of the factors with the distance to property lines, the distance to, the different houses, the sound limit at the houses, that's where that really comes into play because of the smaller distances. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay.
Thank you, though, for trying. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sandra?
When you first brought the amendment forward, you made suggestions in 2 areas, both in the noise and in the setbacks, the distance setbacks. And you may be, I should be able to ascertain this based on what you've just said, but I was a little surprised that you were looking for a lower not really. You're looking for a lower setback and louder, a greater tolerance for noise. But then I thought, well, if you're non-participating, maybe the participating landowners don't mind the noise because they get a financial offset, so their annoyance goes down, so now they don't have any health problems. But if you're non-participating, I would think that the setback should be increased so that you're further away from the noise. I'm still trying to work this out because it feels like that folks who want the risk should be able to take the risk, but folks who don't want the risk should not be put in any greater risk because someone else wants the risk. So I'm gonna grapple with this some more, and if you'd like to throw in a comment, even though that's not a direct question, feel free.
Yes, ma'am. So we didn't want to change the setbacks. I think just looking realistically that probably wasn't going to happen anyway. But we're trying to think of a balance to weigh people who wanted to participate in the project, how it would still be able to be done, while at the same time protecting non-participants. And just the decibels that we're talking about, 40 decibels, I would imagine that right now we're probably at almost 60, in this room. So just as a kind of a benchmark, 40 decibels is really low. But I would imagine right now we're probably in the mid-50s to 60s as far as decibels, just as a kind of a frame. So I think the 40 decibels and then 37 decibels at night, I still think that offers a lot of protection for a non-participant.
All right.
This may be a staff question. We have Oregon as an example here of a similar kind of model. So do you know if Oregon it's just Oregon straight up? They don't differentiate by county?
Maybe, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the...
Oh, it's just, it may be a staff question. It talks about that the closest model to the one in Gage County would be Oregon, but it states it as just a state, and I'm wondering if it's a statewide deal, or if it can, well, I can ask it of staff later.
Christie?
Yes. Can you say how many participants are in your Gage County or Jefferson County turbine project?
Not offhand. I could probably say, I'd say it's ballpark, probably 50, but I can certainly get an accurate number and get back to you. But I'd say it's
Ballpark's good.
probably 50-ish.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Are we good? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We will move to testimony in support. Again, 5 minutes. If you are speaking for multiple people, we'll consider making that longer, but I'd like to know that in advance. Thank you.
I am speaking for the 3,000 members of the Sierra Club in Nebraska, but I hope to go to 2 minutes.
Very good. Thank you.
My name is John Atkinson. I reside at 2601 North 44th Street in Lincoln. We were glad to see that this text amendment was offered. We support the text amendment, mainly for 2 reasons. One, it's reasonable. We take reasonable when we can get it. It's a good idea. It's a step closer to accommodating everyone who has an open mind, participants and non-participants, different standards that suit the differences between the 2 main groups. Briefly, we also need to underscore the urgent need overall to encourage clean renewable energy like wind power. You will have noticed the release of several important reports over the last couple of weeks, especially a couple days ago, the National Climate Assessment that underscores how serious a problem we have with climate change, which is a problem that is caused by primarily burning fossil fuels. And wind power and solar power offset that. It's not enough to avoid the worst consequences of climate change that we see beginning around us right now, but we certainly can't do it without wind and solar power. So that's sort of the larger context, and it's very important to keep that in mind. So thank you, and
Are there any
I think I made
questions?
my 2.
Thank you. Oh, did you have, no? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony in support.
Kenneth Winston on behalf of Nebraska Interfaith Power and Light. We support the, my business address is 1327 H Street, Suite 300, Lincoln, Nebraska. Nebraska Interfaith Power and Light supports the commercial wind text amendment being considered by the Commission. This amendment represents a common sense change that will permit wind development to take place in Lancaster County. It recognizes a balance between those who wish to participate and those who do not. Our primary concern is climate change. As Mr. Atkinson indicated, it's the most important moral issue of the 21st century and has the potential to impact every citizen on the planet, with the most severe impacts upon the poorest among us. Our faith traditions command us to stand up for and to protect those who are the most vulnerable of our brothers and sisters. Now, as Mr. Atkinson also mentioned, the 2 recent reports that have just recently come out, and they're talking more and more about the impacts of climate change and how, in particular, the Midwest, our own region, is going to have significant impacts, and we need to take action as soon as possible. So the good news of all of this is the fact that there are positive responses to climate change. Particularly renewable energy, such as wind development, is a vital component of that. Significantly, wind development emits no greenhouse gases and uses no water, unlike fossil fuel generation such as coal. And I also want to mention the fact that fossil fuel development also has other emissions that have negative health impacts that are documented, that are objective, such as, well, mercury, for example, is a dangerous neurotoxin which is emitted when you generate electricity by coal, as well as sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide, which, as I indicate, have been objectively linked to a number of health problems. And then finally, we want to respond to, we want to indicate that we appreciate the extensive work that staff has done, particularly studying whether there are negative health impacts related to wind development. And we note that almost all of the objective studies indicate that the only impact is annoyance, and that there are ways to alleviate the annoyance. And of course, as I note, annoyance is a very subjective criteria. So this proposed text amendment balances the concerns of those who may be annoyed by the sound of wind turbines with those who wish to participate in the project. And in response to one of the questions, I guess I would also want to indicate that there was some indication that perhaps those who were non-participating, that they would need additional protections. They will still have the same protections they have under the current regulation. That protection will still be in place. And so just to make sure that that is clear. And I'd be glad to respond to questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Scheer and Planning Commissioners. My name is Matt Gregory. I advocate for clean energy for some organizations. I'm here today representing Nebraska Farmers Union, which is a statewide nonprofit organization with a membership across the state. And they've been instrumental in advocacy for wind energy and development in Nebraska. And I want to thank the Planning Commission for considering the text amendment to the sound regulations for participating landowners to the 50 decibels for all times a day. So you've already heard some scientific studies today. I wanted to point out a few different ones. In 2016, the Yale School of Forestry and Environmental Studies conducted a nationwide survey of opinions on climate change and renewables, and it breaks it down by state, county, metro area, and congressional district. So honing in on Lancaster County, 84% of survey respondents support funding for renewable energy sources. 75% support regulation of CO2 as a pollutant. 70% support strict CO2 limits on coal plants. 67% support requiring utilities to produce at least 20% renewables, and 70% trust climate scientists about global warming. So far from a small percentage, we're talking about a supermajority of people who are concerned about this and want to see renewable energy development in Lancaster County. Looking at the rest of the state, and UNL's 2015 rural poll found that 80% agree that more needs to be done to develop wind and solar. So that being said, the Blue Prairie Wind Project addresses some of these questions and is a great example of a wind project for Nebraska. Another study, the Berkeley Lab conducted a national survey of attitudes of wind power on project neighbors, and it looked at the strong correlates to annoyance on wind. And surprisingly, the strong correlates were not distance to the turbine, age, or chronic health condition. The strongest correlates were your opinions of renewable energy. So for example, if you already didn't like wind and solar, or you thought maybe climate change was a hoax, then that's a strong correlate in being annoyed by wind, as well as if you thought that the planning process was fair. So you are entitled to your own opinions, but not your own facts. And from what I've seen, NextEra has had an open and transparent planning process, and they are trying to be good and engaging neighbors. So as study after study from the United Nations to the Trump administration is telling us, time is of the essence to address climate change. So I ask the Commission to please recommend this text amendment for approval. Thank you.
Sir, could I get your address?
632 North 25th Street, Lincoln,
Thank you.
68503.
Any questions? Thank you.
Hello. I'm Mary Pfeiffer, 3150 South 58th Street. I support the wind energy text amendment. I'm in favor of all efforts to produce more clean energy. Wind energy will help our economy, our health, and our environment. My husband and I live on a windy lot, and we've actually looked into just a private wind turbine, and it won't be permitted under any of these because we're in the city. But I think it's a great idea to have wind turbines in our county. I know that for some people there are issues with wind, and I sympathize with them. But I think the critical question when we're looking at some annoyance factors is, what is that annoyance compared to? And it certainly doesn't compare as a factor with, say, asthma rates or global climate change. So I would really urge you to consider the situation, the climate change report just out from our federal government, and take every step you can to help us avert climate catastrophe. Thank you.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Josh Moaning. I'm Director of New Power Nebraska. We are a statewide renewable energy development organization. I'm also the mayor of Norfolk, Nebraska. I want to quickly relay my home county, Madison County's recent experience with wind regulations. The process unfolded over the last 8 months, during which our planning commission members and county commissioners visited area wind farms and studied concerns expressed to them about noise. At the end of a 6-month moratorium on development, the Planning Commission recommended and the county board adopted regulations with no noise limits and setbacks, respectful of neighbor concerns, but also conducive to development for interested landowners. I want to make one point and emphasize this, that property rights work both ways. Property owners who have interests in utilizing energy resources in a clean, renewable, and sustainable manner also have the right to pursue those opportunities. And lastly, wind is working in northeast Nebraska. We're creating energy very efficiently in our own backyard, doesn't use water, doesn't pollute, can be farmed around, and in the process we're creating new jobs for young people, new farm income, and new tax revenues in the process. The text amendment before you, I think, provides a reasonable, balanced way forward for Lancaster County to allow development in a responsible way. Encourage your adoption. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir?
Oh, we have a question?
Sure.
So how many turbines are there in your county?
There are projects in development currently. 2 different wind companies are working on developing projects. We have wind farms in area counties surrounding us, Antelope, Holt, and Boone. None currently in Madison, but those 2 projects are underway in development.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Could I get your address, please?
1202 West Norfolk Avenue, Norfolk, Nebraska.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lou Nelson. I'm a policy associate with the Center for Rural Affairs. Yes, we are located at 145 Main Street, Lyons, Nebraska. And I wanted to come forward as well to testify in support of the text amendment. I was actually part of the 2015 working group that was convened around this ordinance originally. And I will say that I think, I mean, I want to echo all of the benefits that Josh just mentioned. There's a huge opportunity for economic development from new tax revenue, from direct payments to landowners, and from new employment opportunities in the county. But I think even more base level than that is the fact that if the standard with which we set that original ordinance was annoyance, there's a clear bright line to adopting this text amendment based on the fact that we are using annoyance as well. We are using the same exact study that was used originally to form that standard of annoyance. And with no reported annoyance or very limited annoyance from participating landowners, there's a clear reason to adopt this standard and allow for that leeway and that additional autonomy for landowners in the county. And so for that reason, we urge support of the amendment. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have 2 sets of handouts.
Is there enough for me?
Yes.
Thank you.
If I counted correctly. I'm John Hanson. I'm the president of Nebraska Farmers Union. Our office is at 1305 Plum Street in Lincoln. And I'm the president of our organization. And we represent 3,700 farmers and ranchers across the state who are landowners. I also serve as the chair of the Nebraska Wind and Solar Conference. And So I thought about, we are in strong support of the text amendment, and I thought a couple handouts might be helpful today. First of all, I've been doing planning and zoning work for 45 years. I helped create the planning and zoning authority and system in Madison County that was created in the mid-'70s. I was part of the Lower Elkhorn NRD board who led that effort. And good planning and zoning is all about creating appropriate uses for different kinds of things with a proper balance. And it's really the good neighbor system. And so we strongly support planning and zoning, and we've helped a lot of counties across the state get planning and zoning authority in my run. So thank you for doing what you do. It is, I will tell you, rewarding and a thankless job that you have. So first of all, from my perspective, the thing to remember relative to wind planning and zoning authorities is two things. That first of all, that it is by its very definition an agricultural activity. It has to be an agricultural activity because it's not an urban activity. And it is properly suited for agricultural use. So this is a new agricultural activity that ought to be accorded all of the kinds of thoughts and consideration that other kinds of agricultural activities are accorded, whether that's livestock production, grain production. This is us being able to use the natural resources that we have in order to be, to maximize our opportunity to continue to be in business and produce food and fiber. So it is no secret that we're going through the worst economic downturn right now in agriculture that we've had in the last many years, really since the mid-1980s. So farmers and ranchers, we're going to have about 10% of the producers in the state of Nebraska are going to go out of business this year. Their loans are not going to be renewed. So when you talk about wind turbines, each one of those wind turbines is a part-time job. So on average, we get 90+% of our total net farm family earned income from off-farm jobs. So when you look at wind turbines, these are not minor things. These are helpful things that we can do to help us pay our bills, stay in business. So the first handout, the Growing the Rural Economy with Wind, gives you a little bit of idea. We have added 1,000 megawatts of wind in the state of Nebraska in the last 5 years across the state. And so we are now positioned to add 732 additional megawatts of wind this next year. They're actually under construction around the state. And we're going to add about another 700 megawatts that are very close to shovel ready. So that's what's going on in the state. So within a couple of years, we're going to be right at 3,000 megawatts across the state. So is this activity economic development? It absolutely positively is. So this is a very conservative estimate of the economic values when you look at the Growing the Rural Economy with Wind handout. So as you look at those dollars, these are the most conservative numbers that I can find, and so that's what I use. The second handout gives you an idea. This is something that we did in 2015. This data comes from Senator Ken Haar and Lancaster County put this together. But in terms of how do you put together a viable wind project, the dark areas are areas that you cannot use, right? So 37 decibels, and that's not really noise, that's sound. So you look at how dark that is, you compare that to 40, you compare that to the last page, you really have to hustle even at 50 to put together a viable project. I work with all kinds of wind developers from across the state. Next Era is a top drawer company. They do good work. They have a good process for dealing with communities and landowners. I would recommend them. I don't recommend all wind developers. They're a good company. I think this helps provide some balance, and if they do a good job, I think it provides them an opportunity to put together a project in southern Lancaster County. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Testimony and support?
Well, good evening almost. I'm Larry Altman. I represent myself and also ACDO Incorporate. It's a family farm operation that's been here since 1880. I represent 6 generations of continuous operation of farms, of our family farms. We're not large. We farm ground on both Gage County and in Lancaster County. As a farmer, myself, as an operative person, I've been down and checked the Steel Flats farms and been there at the point where the wind turbines have actually shut down because of the high wind and feathered back on. I feel that this particular wind farm is a necessary thing for our farms to continue on financially because of some of the things that our previous person has talked about. The taxes are extremely high. Our farm incomes are depleting as we speak. Don't know when they'll come back. And for our farm, it would definitely be a benefit for our 6th and 7th generation if that should happen. I know that one of the things that I feel that the previous restrictions were saying to the participating farmers that we can't work together because of the infractions that you people, previous board had set. And we've always had the freedom usually to work together as a farming community to help each other. And I'm talking about the participating farmers. And with the restrictions you have, you're saying we can't work together. It's a freedom to naturally harvest a natural resource that we've had. And we've been harvesting this for a number of years with the very beginnings of our farms back in the early 1800s. Or 1900s. And that was the old windmill. And if it wasn't for those, and I know they're 1,000 times smaller than what we're talking about now, we wouldn't be here. None of us, if we didn't have those windmills. And I know that's stretching it a little bit, but it's essential that we continue on this route in developing a positive way of earning some money here and harvesting that natural resource that we have out there. I am concerned about my grandchildren. I have traveled a little bit in my life. I've been in the Baltic Sea area. I have seen windmills in a number of areas and also close to us in Iowa. And I have not heard of any major news making and not fake news making complaints. Now, you may receive information today that may be coming off the internet that's non-proven, but they'll bring it to you. I think your commissioned study person has brought you some factual information. It was ignored the last time this was brought up, and it went really restrictive. I hope that you accept this person's that you've hired or is under your group to accept his information and pass this on. It would really help us, even though we're farming on both sides of the county. It would help my fellow neighbors and cooperative farming people to work together again and have that freedom to do that. And right now, you're restricting that freedom if you vote against this. And I sure hope and pray that you understand the importance for us farmers out here that have signed this, and there's a number of us here, and there's a number of us that aren't here, but I'm one of them that's going to say my piece here about what I think is very important to a lot of us out here to keep on going this way. And it's important for the rest of the community because it'll help in the taxation, and a lot of community services are supported financially by these wind farms. So I don't know if you have any questions, but I'm willing to try to answer any of them. But I am one of the, probably the few farmers that will come up here and say something.
Questions?
Sure.
Tracy?
So do you have, I'm assuming you don't have a turbine right now on your property?
No, I have some acquaintances that have steel flats, and from what I've heard, there's no major complaints down there. Now, there may be something that's brought up later, but haven't heard anything in that end of it.
Okay.
So, like I said, I've seen them down in Costa Rica, and I've seen them over in Europe, all over Germany, everywhere in the European area. A lot of use being done there, and I think we should be stepping up to the plate and doing our fair share of that. So, anything else?
Good.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Can I get your address, sir?
Yes, it's 899 E as in Edward, Gage Road, Cortland, Nebraska, 68331.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being a veteran, too.
Testimony and support? Okay, I think we've completed testimony and support. So now we'll turn to testimony in opposition. Same rules, 5 minutes. If there's others in the audience that you're speaking for, let us know and we'll,
I may need a couple extra,
okay, that's fine, as long as you let us know.
if that's okay.
It sure is.
First of all, let me just thank you all for your patience today. I know it's been a long meeting, and there's quite a bit of testimony left to go. My name is Craig Andresen, Andresen, P.O. Box 673, Woodlake, Nebraska 69221. We've heard a lot today regarding this topic on peer-reviewed scientific studies. 3 of them were presented here a little bit ago. The going notion is that there aren't any other peer-reviewed scientific studies from which to glean any information. As I leave today, I'll leave you with this notebook. It's full of them. Peer-reviewed scientific studies on the harmful effects of sound from wind turbines. The dBA weighting system, we've heard a lot about that today, is actually not designed to measure low-frequency sound emitted by wind turbines. It's also not an appropriate way of measuring it. The best way of accurately measuring wind turbine noise at a particular location is through raw, unweighted measurements, which are not averaged across time and are then subject to detailed narrowband analysis. Those findings means that every wind turbine noise standard, guideline, or criteria in use around the world is utterly irrelevant. They're all based on dBA weighting systems. We've heard a lot of that today, the decibel noise, the dBAs. That's because the wind industry doesn't want you to look at anything else. Literally, industrial wind industry is, and their consultants have worked for the better part of 30 years to ensure that the noise impacts and the health impacts of wind turbines are never properly measured. the World Health Organization, both in 2009 and again in 2011, stated, quote, "There is sufficient evidence from large-scale epidemiological studies linking the population's exposure to environmental noise with adverse health effects. Therefore, environmental noise should be considered not only as a cause of nuisance," that's the annoyance we keep hearing about today, "but also a concern for public health and environmental health." A little bit closer to home in Brown County, Wisconsin, they ruled that low-frequency noise from turbines at Shirley Wind can endanger health, and they labeled them a health hazard. In Germany, we just heard about seeing wind turbines in Germany. It's a country full of industrial wind turbines, that much is true, but researchers have determined that low-frequency infrasound from industrial wind turbines indeed has a negative impact on human hearts. Professor Christian Friedrich Wall of the Department of Cardiothoracic and Vascular Surgery at the University Medical Center in Mainz, Germany, led the research and conducted experiments to find out if infrasound has an effect on the heart muscle and its strength, and under the measurement conditions, the force developed by isolated heart muscle was up to 20% less when affected by low-frequency noise. He said, "We are at the very beginning, but we can imagine that long-term impact of infrasound causes health problems. The silent noise of infrasound acts like a heart jammer." That study from Germany also, by the way, found that wind energy, a turbine, converts 60% of the wind into infrasound and 40% of it into actual energy. Now, one of the main things you see with wind energy in the infrasound is vibroacoustic disease, otherwise known as VAD. Okay, that was first discovered in autopsies in 1987. This isn't something that came about recently. We're talking 31 years ago. Infrasound, low-frequency noise, a case study by Stephen Ambrose, Robert Rand, Carmen M.E. Crow. Research from Canada cites a more than 30-year-long study of research into VAD, has been ongoing since 1980. These are not new topics. In the conclusive and the ongoing study cited here, contained in this notebook that I'll leave for you, industrial wind proponents, industrial wind project entities, and operators can no longer say that they don't know of any affected people or health effects from turbines on people. Nor can local governments charged with protecting the health and welfare of citizens any longer say that they know of no adverse effects. And industrial wind projects in Lancaster County, Nebraska, currently or proposed, which might be proposed in the future, are a ticking class action litigation time bomb. You might be interested to know as well, in this book are no less than 5 studies pulled from peer-reviewed scientific study links provided in a lincoln.ne.gov website. The information you're looking for, and I know some of you, in the questions you ask, you are right to question some of the things you've questioned. You have an idea there's something else out there, and here it is. The DBAs, I'll close with this. One thing you need to know, that you're being asked today to consider or vote on raising the DBA level from 40 to 50 for participating owners. Ms. Washington, you were correct in asking about the setback and how that correlates to the increased noise. What you may not know, and what the wind industry doesn't really want you to know, is that a 10-point bump on the DBA scale equals double the noise. When you go from 40 dBAs to 50, you are literally going to twice the amount of sound. If you adopt that, you should also adopt setbacks that mitigate that. Do I leave this with you?
Thank you.
It's a two-hand.
Questions?
Yes. You referenced, sir, that there was information found on the City of Lincoln website that you're pulling.
There's a lincoln.ne.gov website.
Yes.
And on that website, they have a list of conclusions. Towards the end of that list, they have links to, I believe, 6, but only 5 of those links are active, to actual peer-reviewed scientific studies that discuss the harmful risks, the health hazards of sound produced by wind turbines. It's a simple Google.
Thank you.
Other questions?
But that's why it's so important. This information is right here. It's been right here, literally, in this county, produced by Lincoln.gov, and it's what you need to make a full, complete assessment before you make a vote. I would vote against increasing the decibel level, simply because it doubles it if you don't move those things back and set back at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Testimony in opposition.
My name is Kyle Carroll, and my address is 2665 Southeast Sheridan Road, and that's in Maysville, Missouri. Now, you're probably glad I don't have a big notebook. I don't. But what am I doing here from Missouri? Through discussions, there were some folks here that were going to be, and I'm here to testify in opposition to your amendments. Your business, and I'm from Missouri, and you do what you want. Hopefully I can give you and maybe answer some questions for our experience that we've had recently with a big industrial wind complex built by NextEra in our county. They put up slides and say they're an ethical corporation, and you've heard testimony that they were. And this fellow that's here to represent them may be the best. It might be your neighbor, I don't know. But I would tell you, before you do anything else, get a different wind company. In our experience, we went through this decibel thing, and this gentleman was exactly right as far as the level. That's not going to be workable. I don't think there's any way, especially when you have the varying levels. I don't, and I didn't hear any testimony on their behalf that told you how they were going to do that. I don't think it's going to be workable. This is the camel just getting his nose in, I think is what the deal is. But that's for you to decide. Maybe I can answer a question later about that. But I would ask them while they're here, if you don't approve this, are they going to sue you? Because that's what they do in our area. Not just, they might not sue you because you might have bigger pocketbooks, but in our area where our counties are smaller and they don't, we had, in our county, we had a build in the county next to us. It was going to be part of the same project, Osborne Wind Energy. That county, through a lengthy process, planning and zoning decided no industrial wind turbines in that county. NextEra promptly sued them and is still in the process of suing them. In our county, we had a township, one township that was zoned. It's kind of an unusual situation. They still haven't made their mind up. They put in a moratorium. NextEra decided if they didn't get going, they were going to lose their production tax credits, so they're suing this little bitty county. And now they've recently sent inquiries to that county wanting to know what their financial status is. Are they still solvent? In other words, are you broke yet? So that's NextEra, and I could tell you lots of stories about them. Maybe you'll have questions. I don't want to take up lots of time here. Your question about efficiency, why is it different? The only way, you always hear this answer, well, the technology has changed and we're much more efficient. Well, I'm sure there are some things that change, but there's lots of oil up in them. The only way they get more efficient physics, by just looking at physics, is they have to be taller. And so the taller they are, the noisier they are, and that's why this challenge of this 50 decibel level is really going to be hard to meet. They're probably not going to be able to meet it, but once they're up, what are you going to do about it? So 1,600 feet is that's in their literature. That's their safety evacuation zone. Pieces that fly off, ice that get flung, things like that. They're not doing that out of the goodness of their heart. They want their employees got to know that distance. So that's just that. lots of studies, you've heard lots of studies referenced. There's a Harvard study recently that said it's going to be 100 years before we see any benefits from the use of wind turbines to offset carbon because of all the carbon that has to go into it in the process of building and the concrete and so forth. The other thing I want to say, and I'll quit with this, I could tell you lots, but when you get this decibel, you're going to have to feather blades and adjust so they keep under this level. You lower the efficiency of that turbine. Turbines are only about 27% efficient in the best wind areas. In a year's time, you're only getting about 27% efficiency. If you start lowering those percentages down, now you're down to less than 25% efficient. So if they tell you they're going to put in a 200 megawatt wind farm, you're only going to get about 25% of that on a really good year. Is it worth it? I would say no. So I realize all these other concerns that people have talked about. I have those concerns too. Wind energy is not the answer. So any questions for me? Well, yes.
Can I ask you how you heard about our hearing?
Well,
And,
yeah,
why you made the trip?
One of the folks that came up that I came up with today had written some kind of a opinion piece in a newspaper that was picked up probably on the internet by somebody here, and they said maybe you might want to come up and maybe you can add something today. So that's why I'm keeping my comments brief, because I don't want to get in your business, but maybe you have questions for us.
Just wondering.
Yeah.
If you're in the business or
No. I'm a retired state trooper in Missouri. After the 1st of January, I kind of will be in the business. I'll be presiding commissioner in DeKalb County, but that won't cut much mustard with you because I think we got 8,000 people in the county. So, but no, not in the business. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else?
You don't have a turbine on your property?
I do not. I don't have a contract, never had a contract. The way that worked in our area is they came in and they would approach people, then no public meetings, no anything. They want the ground signed up before they ever start. So they're off and running, and they just got to get through a few hoops. You're one of the hoops, okay? The contracts, and I don't know what they use here, what they use down there is, we've probably got one that we could provide for you. Once you sign it, you sort of have a gag order. You can't talk to anybody else about it, or you're in violation of the contract with them. So then they can go to the neighbor and say, everybody around you signed up, whether they are or not. You don't know, and you can't say it. We had instances of that happening. So it's kind of I don't know if you can tell, I'm not real enthralled with with their operation, but that's how it went for us. So divided the community. None of the energy goes to us, it goes somewhere else. Then you got to put up lines. Lines also kill wildlife. We've had issues. You will not see the studies that they do. They will claim that they're all done, but you won't get to see them. Even your Fish and Wildlife people can't get, they say it's proprietary, so they don't have to show it to you. So anything else?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Onbaugh. I'm also from DeKalb County, Missouri, 1325 Southwest Walmsley Road, Osborne, Missouri. I was actually working in the Beatrice, Nebraska area last month and saw a couple articles in the newspaper about how NextEra was wanting to build a wind energy establishment up here. And I just wrote a short letter to the editor, just kind of saying some of my experiences. They put 97 500-foot tall wind turbines up in my county, and I live about a mile to the closest one. It's been a nightmare. It's torn our county apart. It's torn neighbors apart. Good friends that, we've dealt with all our life, and we don't even speak to each other anymore. Yeah, landowners have rights, but when you infringe on everybody else's rights, in my opinion, that's pushing it too far. And our setbacks are 550 feet to the property line and 1,600 feet to a residence, regardless of the property line. So, it sounds good, but I have an 80-acre farm, and they may be 1,600 feet from my house, but if one comes up 550 feet from my property line, what if one of my kids wants to build on the corner of my farm? They've trespassed on my property, and even by their own regulations, you can't go there. As far as the noise and the decibels, we have a 50 decibel limit in our zoning, but my neighbor a mile down the road, who's the minimum setback, she's recorded 92 decibels at her house. And NextEra employees have been there and recorded the same reading. They were never turned off. There's no wind police. There's nobody to call. You call the operator and they say, we'll check into it. They wait, a couple of days and hopefully you'll forget about it. I don't think the company's all that they say they are. My dad lives in the next township over and they're being sued. They've bullied him. Their lawyers have bullied him. They've pulled him in on depositions for 14 hours at a time without a break. It's a racket, and that's my opinion. And I just, I felt like it was important to come up here and maybe just say something as someone who does live around these and has dealt with them. They're not everything they're cracked up to be, and you just need to put a lot of serious consideration and effort into it. It's kind of refreshing to see you guys actually asking questions, because we didn't have that luxury. It just kind of happened, and anyway, that's about all I have to say, but I can answer any questions.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Joetta Schwaninger, 3750 West Hallam Road, Hallam, Nebraska, and that's southern Lancaster County, where this wind turbine project is proposed. I just want to add a little more to what the gentleman talked about, infrasound. I believe all of you were forwarded through email this presentation by, and her name is, I can't pronounce it correctly, but Mariana Alves Pereira is the way I'm going to call it. And it's about an hour long, but she talks about infrasound and the health effects from infrasound. And infrasound is below the hearing level of humans. It's low frequency, below what we can hear. But she said just because you can't hear it doesn't mean it can't hurt you, like he's already pointed out. It's pressure waves bombarding the body, the whole body, not just the heart. And they have done studies. She talks about the lungs a little bit, but doesn't say anything about it really. She talks about a test that was done on rats, bombarded with ultrasound, or infrasound. If I say ultrasound, please, it's infrasound, okay? You cannot hear it. But she said, okay, prolonged exposure to infrasound in rats caused the little cilia in the ears where the cochlea is. That's where the sensitive nature that goes to the brain, okay. Those little stimuli, they were fused after prolonged exposure to infrasound. And of course, the rats probably went deaf. Well, what does that do for humans? Look over that book that that gentleman left with you guys. It's huge, the problems with infrasound. And not only do wind turbines produce 60% infrasound, but it's long distance. Infrasound travels long distance, and with wind turbines, it's going to be long term. So are your grandchildren, if you allow wind turbines to be put up, are they going to be affected? If they want to live in southern Lancaster County, what's going to happen to their hearts and their ears and their who knows what with their bodies? It's extreme. It's more serious than just annoyance.
Thank you.
My name's Terry Madsen, 3427 Road T, Nelson. That's a long ways from here. I have a daughter, though, that lives in Lancaster County, so you might call me an absentee investor. I didn't intend to make a presentation. I have no handouts, but as I've listened, I would like to kind of make a few random points. And the first one goes to Chris Schroeder, and circling back to the idea of the only problem is annoyance. And I think a person should think hard about how do you really get to the issue of annoyance. I'd like to offer this one. In the United Kingdom, St. Andrews University, and I think the data was collected in 2015, published in 2017 early. I believe 3 different authors, and it's in several major publications, wildlife publications. But the bottom line is this. They captured hair samples from wild badgers a mile away from a wind turbine. Then they had a control group that was 10 miles out. And what they were looking for is cortisol content in the hair. And they did that with a hair trap. They didn't handle the badgers. Well, cortisol is made in the adrenal gland, and a lot of people describe it as a fight or flight chemical. That's not the right word. But anyway, it does go to everything from respiratory rate to blood sugar and almost all the bodily functions, and at a sustained unhealthy high level can suppress an immune system. So back to the badgers at 1 mile away had 264% more cortisol than the control group. And they replicated this study, which goes to the proposition that they would acclimate after time, and they did not. The results were the same. So my point is, I think there's more to this business than just annoyance. And to just say that that's all it is and it's self-induced would be a big mistake. We've made a big deal here, some of the testimony has made a big deal about there's no other way to look at this carbon problem than to do solar and wind. I'd point out that NPPD today, never mind the wind component, they're already at 56% zero carbon generation. That's nuclear and hydro, and they're in the process of converting at least one coal plant to hydrogen in the very near future. A bit about the, I guess I'd call it the good neighbor agreement. NextEra said that they would work with people that didn't have a turbine and they could become participants, and what he meant was they'll pay a good neighbor amount, and that's, I think, a negotiable amount, but in the county next to me, NextEra has 42, I think, wind turbines, maybe 44, and the figure ranges from $1,000 to $1,500 a year. That makes you a good neighbor. And by their definition of a good neighbor, you can't talk bad about them. And so I would caution that before you sign on to this business, if everybody's going to have a financial benefit, that you should evaluate what you give up for what you get. They also talk about a 1,600-foot setback, self-imposed setback. That may be true every place but Webster County, but I know of a guy that's 1,465 feet, got enough shadow flicker in his brand new house that he's considering getting out. There's John Hanson and company made a big deal out about how good of a thing for tax revenue this wind deal is, and it is not. LB 824 specifies $3,518 per megawatt to be paid in lieu of property taxes. It goes to the state turns around, sends it back out to the county. That makes a 2.5 megawatt tower, which I would say is probably what they're planning here, bring in somewhere around $8,000. By The example used by Apex in my county, they're proposing 120 turbines at an overall project cost of $400 million. That means every turbine's going to cost $3.3 million. If I have a commercial building in my county that costs $3.3 million, I'd pay $38,800 taxes on that. But the wind turbine people are paying under $8,000. I would submit they're off base. The first way you deal with property tax overburden is you get it equalized. There's some other safety issues. Probably getting close to 5 minutes, so I'll just very quickly.
Yeah.
The transmission lines are 34,500 volts in almost every wind turbine project I know about. These wind companies will have in their lease that they're going to bury them 3 feet deep. I can dig a post hole by hand deeper than that. Thanks for the opportunity, and don't take this lightly. It's a big deal, folks.
Questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, folks. My name's Johnny Walker, and I live on Rural Route 1, Osborne, Missouri, and live in DeKalb County in northwest Missouri, east of St. Joseph, Missouri. I want to rebut a little bit of the health department's findings on their peer review. First of all, they didn't mention about the height of the tower, which was brought up. The devil's in the detail, and you asked some excellent questions, and we appreciate that, because remember, the higher the tower, the more output of noise that comes from it. So it's always in the detail as far as decibel levels, as far as that goes. The second thing, talking about participating landowners, you're talking about people with signed contracts. If you are signed contract people, remember, as it was already brought up, they are under a confidentiality order in their contract to say all good things about the wind company. So keep that in mind. It's anything but objective as far as we go. I'm going to go through a few things here. I'm a third-generation farmer in DeKalb County. I have wind turbines 600 yards south of me. And north of me, I have one 700 yards, and that occurred December of 2016 when they were erected by NextEra Wind Energy. And it's been really devastating as far as in our community and to me personally. I'm a cattle farmer, and the noise at times is really unbearable. And the point is, as far as decibel level, I don't care if you set your decibel level at 2 decibels, that's 2 more than the people in the country have right now. And the reason people move to the country is what? They like their view, they like their peace and quiet, and they sure don't want a property value devalued. And that's exactly what this project will do. That's a proven fact. So even if you set that at 2 decibels, you're going to be based on what? Working with NextEra for what? Voluntary compliance. And we have seen, which you've already heard testimony here in DeKalb County and also in Clinton County, what they do when they don't get their way. They sue you. They sue you. And that's what they do, because they're here to get what? Production tax credits, which your and I's tax money at the federal level. Now, if you read this nice book, Paradise Destroyed, by Greg Eubner, a nice man in South Dakota, he details every detail of this and what the wind industry has done. If you go to page 41, the wind industry, since its inception, has collected over $5 trillion in government subsidies and loans. Last I checked, that's 25% of our national debt. Your and I's money facilitating big wind. Keep that in mind. It was brought up about the destruction of wildlife. That's a big, big deal. South of me is 3,200 acres of pristine conservation area. 3,200 acres. They worked with the Missouri Department of Conservation. We have the documentation. The recommendation to save our wildlife, they want a 3-mile setback to protect our wildlife. What'd they do? Throw that in the trash, and they put 21 of them within a mile of the boundary line of the conservation area. So what kind of good neighbor is that? I mean, we have the documentation. Okay, let's go to property values. If you want some good information, go to Clinton County, Missouri, Plattsburgh, Missouri. In this summer of 2016, we had over 80 hours of sworn testimony under oath, people on both sides. That's all videotaped and documented from experts all over the country on wildlife, on property values, on noise, on shadow flicker, on anything that we had. And it cost, you know, it was very expensive for both sides. But all that is documented for the information you can have. And let me tell you, one of the people that spoke is a Mr. McCann. Mike McCann, a property value expert, testified under oath in Clinton County, August 2016, that property values will be reduced if wind turbines are with 3 miles within your property line. So obviously, within 3 miles, you'll see a reduction. We've been working at this since 2015, and I've yet to meet anyone that wants to live near a wind turbine. Obviously, this affects our agrarian people in the farming community. But this is all about production tax credits. It has nothing to do with wind, because at the federal level, they've turned these people loose and give them all these subsidies to build wind, and that's what they do. And they go to these rural agrarian communities because that's the least resistance of the people, and that's what they do. Okay, let's go over health issues.
Can you go quickly?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I can wrap it up here. It is all about production tax credits. We talked about dividing the community. We talked about the cost of wind energy. The production tax credit will cost taxpayers about $40 billion in the period of 2018 through 2027, as estimated. It's the most expensive wind subsidy under current law. Now remember, wind's about in the 30 percentile efficiency level. That's why the wind doesn't blow all the time. They've done studies. At Kansas City, Missouri, they have 200 days a year below 10 miles an hour, which generates zero electricity. In western Kansas, where you think there's a lot of wind, there's over 120 days below 10 miles an hour. So I'm just telling you, this is a sham. I'll leave you with this and wrap it up as far as this goes. Governor Keating used to be former governor of Oklahoma. He stated this: he issued apologies to the citizens of the state of Oklahoma for having encouraged wind turbines while in office. He said the electricity produced has been negligible, erratic, and expensive, and it did not bring near the jobs or boost the economy as the companies have told him. The other thing, I want to leave you with a quote. And this gentleman is very dear to your dear state of Nebraska. Quote, "That's the only reason to build them. They don't make any sense without the tax credit," unquote. Warren Buffett. Thank you for your time. Appreciate all your hard work.
Questions?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, while we're on the subject of this wonderful book, Paradise Destroyed, it's a great book. You need to all read it. I am going to read two personal...
An address to start.
Sorry.
That'd be great.
Yes, my name is Yvonne Mahakapool. My address is 2331 West Ash Road, Cortland, Nebraska. 3 3 years ago, we didn't have a lot of people talking about personal experiences, and I have a couple that I'd like to read about. The first one is from Keith Mays from Holt County. I was and still on Holt County Zoning and Planning Board. On the week of the vote of this wind farm, we received a binder providing information on, on the project. I, along with the board members, did not do my research. This info is a one-way road for the wind project. That night, I asked specific questions, thank you, regarding locations of towers and noise issues. The answers I received were all lies. At the time, I believed the representative. When the vote came, my gut said to say no. I did not. This is a regret I will live with forever. The commissioners were looking at all the money for the county. Not so. We were told the towers would be closer than 4 to 5 miles. They are 1 3/8 miles from our home. They also said we would not hear them. We do, and we're on the backside or the downwind direction. The sound is disturbing to our peaceful place. Everybody needs to research other areas that have wind towers in place for a while, and the picture becomes very clear. They do not work, and the damages caused to health, safety, and welfare outweigh my benefits. I am an adjuster for Farm Bureau and will be traveling. If anybody else would like to come to our place and witness this ridiculous project, let us know. You are more than welcome. And this is Keith May, March 2017, Holt County, Nebraska. The second one is from Stephanie Hamill, and I might cry. She is in Webster County at the Cottonwood Club, at the Cottonwood Wind Project. Dear Lancaster County Planning and Zoning Board members, I'm writing this letter after laying awake half the night last night, November 25th, listening to the wind turbine just to the north of my house, 1,480 feet from the corner of my bedroom. Thumping and whooshing in the blizzard conditions, 45 miles per hour wind and snow. This isn't the first time over the last year that I've been awakened during the night because of the constant loud whooshing sounds. I am one of the non-participating people living within the Cottonwood Project in Webster County, which has been operational for a year now. After living through 7 months of hell, constant traffic of pickups, bulldozers, cement trucks, semis hauling dirt, semis hauling limestone, cranes, at all hours of the night and day. During the construction process of this project, there are now 4 giant wind turbines within a half a mile of my home. The turbine directly to the north of my house is the one that affects me the most. Webster County zoning regs allow a decibel level of 55 day or night and only has a setback of non-participants of 1,000 feet. We tried to get our zoning board and commissioners to change these, but they were already under the influence of NextEra. So I'm urging you to please listen to me. As one who has absolutely no say in this project that now surrounds me. You are the only ones that can protect the residents of your county. You have the ability to say no to NextEra and any other wind company that wants to come into your county. All these big out-of-state companies want is to put those turbines in the ground as they can before the tax subsidies expire. Please protect the residents in your county from having to put up with the same crap that I'm having to deal with now. I started doing a nightly sound check not long after the project started. Out of the 240 total nights that I checked, 82 have been at the county's decibel level of 55 or below. 164 have exceeded the 55 decibel levels. That's 2/3 the time. I have neighbors who are non-participants who built a house just prior to the wind project being constructed that a turbine directly to the southeast of their home, and they are having to deal with horrible shadow flicker now inside their home and on their property. Some other friends that had a beautiful home on an acreage of their grandmother's pasture land are now moving into town and will be trying to sell their home due to the noise and the shadow flicker issues. Another couple sold their house and moved to the country before the turbines were constructed because there was going to be turbines near their home. So please look out after the health and safety of the residents of Lancaster County. Sincerely, Stephanie Hamill, rural Webster County, Nebraska. And I know she wanted to be here, but she couldn't. So thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
I brought some handouts. There's only 6 of them. I didn't realize how many of you were up here, so
We can
I
share.
apologize.
No worries.
Okay. I speak for the Prairie Wind Watchers here for that group. So my speech is right at about 5 minutes, maybe just a tad over, so I'll try to be
Go for
prompt
it.
here. My name is Judy Doherty, and I live at 1333 West Gage Road, Hallam, Nebraska. My name is Judy Doherty, and I live on 3 acres with my husband and 2 daughters between the towns of Hallam and Cortland. My acreage is also surrounded on all sides by participating property owners for the Blue Prairie Wind Project. So my concerns are real to any attempt to change the siting regulations for wind turbines that I went through a 1.5 year battle for and were put in place in 2015 to protect public health. NextEra is now asking to change those regulations. Supporting their request, they have hired a supposed expert, Chris Olson of Olson Environmental Health Management. He submitted a whole report, and it's on your webpage there. Upon my research, environmental health deals with exposure to toxic chemicals and how they impact human health. It deals with solid waste management, recycling facilities, landfills, and composting. It has nothing to do with the effects of wind turbines on human health. It has nothing to do with the health risk on humans due to audible noise, low-frequency noise, or infrasound. Chris Olson's training is in chemical toxicology. I found an article published by WCO, Wind Concerns Ontario, where Chris Olson admitted to being paid $20,000 to review documents and appear as an expert witness in the Guns Hill appeal, which is in Ontario. Olson admitted before the Ontario Tribunal that he has only taken 1 course in epidemiology and has only taken 1 lecture, mind you, only 1 lecture in acoustics. He is not a health professional. He is not licensed by any health professional regulatory body. Mr. Olson should not be representing himself as an expert on wind turbine impacts because he's not a medical doctor. He's not an acoustician. He's not an epidemiologist or a clinician. He's nothing more than a NextEra paid puppet. Now, for the study that they're using to justify raising the noise limits, it is also very flawed and also very controversial. The study they're referring to is the Health Canada in 2014. First off, Health Canada is a regulatory agency, and they have a very limited research capability. Health Canada and their lead researcher are both on record as supporting wind energy. Those 2 things alone should raise red flags, and they do. I'm a dental hygienist, and I do have a license issued by the Health Department in Nebraska for whatever that's worth. I have a bachelor's degree in science from the University of Baylor, and as part of my training, I was taught how to evaluate studies. I have to evaluate studies on dental products all the time. One thing I was taught is that you cannot trust a study done by a company on their own product. For example, Crest does tons of studies on toothpaste, and I was taught that those studies will most likely be biased. A true study has to be done by an independent group who has nothing to gain by the outcome of the study. So I automatically throw out any study done by Crest on their own products. You have to. In this case, where Health Canada is a known pro-wind agency doing their own study, the same thing has to be done. You can't use that study. This study did not include every person in the wind project. It randomly picked people. They refused to include people in the study area who had abandoned their homes due to wind turbine health issues. That's being biased. The study also excluded children under 18 years of age, despite clinical research evidence of special vulnerabilities of this age group. It has been stated many times in the literature that wind turbines and their noise affect children, especially children with autism, ADD, and ADHD. The fact that they excluded children from the study is most certainly biased. The Health Canada study at best is poor quality science and cannot and should not be considered. So NextEra is asking for 50 decibels for participating landowners. We know that 50 decibels is hazardous to your health. It comes down to the question of whether you should have the right to do what you want on your own property. If you want to endanger your health for profit, that's your right. My concern, and what should be your concern, is what about the children on these properties? Don't they deserve to be protected? I'm asking you to continue to protect the children of this county. If you allow 50 decibels for participating landowners, you are in essence giving them permission to harm their own children for profit. Think about that. NextEra has brought to you a fake expert who's being paid to be biased and a flawed study that proves nothing. So we should be back to where we were with the regulations. Please leave the regulations where they are because that protects the kids and that's what's morally needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Curtis Schwaninger. I live at 3750 West Hallam Road, Hallam, Nebraska. And a lot of my speech has been talked about already, but I'd just like to add a few more things to this, what was already said today. And this first speaker talked about studies from Canada in 2005 and 2012. Well, this is 2018. Things change over the years. In 2014, after 4 years of complaints and 2 years of study, the Board of Health of Brown County, Wisconsin voted 4-0 to declare local wind farm to be a health hazard. Scientific studies found tones of infrasound. Infrasound is not a loud noise, it's a quiet thing, it's a pressure. And complaints about wind farm up to 4.2 miles away. Causes were acute and chronic illnesses. 6 other counties were also showing the same results. This is happening all over West Virginia, North Carolina, Nova Scotia, Ontario, Washington State, Vancouver, Australia, New Zealand, and others. In 2013, a Wisconsin Town Association called for a moratorium on construction of new wind towers. A June 9th issue of the Wall Street Journal explains who NextEra is. One of the conclusions was they are feeding off of American families. Do we really want that kind of company in Lancaster County? I don't think so. But the World Health Organization came out with a study that said wind turbines cause health problems. And that just come out last year. No amount of money that NextEra would offer to acreage owners would offset the health problems that wind turbines could cause, especially to children. And I just would ask you to put a moratorium on all wind farm development in southern Lancaster County in order to protect the county and the people from a multitude of issues. Southern Lancaster County is too populated for wind towers and their health hazards. And Carrie Schlendecker of Michigan lived 1,069 feet from a wind tower. When the tower was running, the dishes on his shelves rattled. His children had trouble sleeping. They had upset stomachs and a variety of other issues, and the parents did too. Finally, Carrie had to take his family and move out of his house. Carrie sued the wind developer, and he won. A court of law declared the wind tower a health hazard. Please don't let that happen in Lancaster County. One other thing I'd like to talk about, this one speaker talked about the noise in this room was 50 or 60 decibels, but that's the white noise. And Scott Holmes explained that 2 years ago. White noise is trains, planes, loud trucks, cars. That's white noise. That's noise that you can get away from. Wind power is a different kind of noise. It's a constant, every 3 seconds, whoosh, 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 24 hours a day when the wind's blowing. And so that's a totally different noise, and that's what you need to figure on, and not just like wind noise in here that you have every day. But I think that's about all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
One question.
Oh,
You did
we have
say-
a question. We have a question.
You did say there was a Wall Street Journal article. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
June 19th.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to speak twice?
No. It's true, I'm not making it up, you're not. If you want to speak, you should come up and speak. No, not you, the gentleman who.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Newman. My address is 1500 Pella Road, Martell, Nebraska, 68404. And we live just 3 miles north of Cortland, 2 miles north of Hallam Road. I want to say thank you, first of all, for your patience and your attention. We really appreciate the attention that you are bringing to this, and I want you to know that we really do appreciate that. And I was going to talk about infrasound, and that's been talked about. I was going to talk about multiple health risks that have been documented, and some of those have been mentioned. I was going to talk about the inefficiency of the wind farms from what we hear and what they're expected to produce, and that's kind of been talked about too. I do want to say that I think it says something very loud when gentlemen will drive up here from Missouri just to say something, and there's nothing in it for them except that they want to warn us of what's happening. So I want to say thank you to those gentlemen. I just have, I have a letter that I'm going to read, and also I wanted to say that we're discussing making a difference between participating properties and non-participating properties, and I don't really think that's very fair, because if you remember back to the days when smoking was allowed everywhere, and you would go into a restaurant and you would ask for non-smoking, and you would be seated in a booth next to smoking, or you'd go on an airplane and you'd be in the seat right beside a smoker. It wasn't fair then, and those of us who are not participating are going to have to deal with all the problems as if we were participating. So I think that's kind of a big deal. This letter is from Joel Daring, and he moved to Nebraska from Oklahoma. The project construction and operation we endured in Oklahoma is called the Blue Canyon Project. It has grown into a significant industrial project with what must by this time be over 75 turbines. As the issue of setbacks is discussed, let me state for the record that our personal experience with living through the construction phase was not positive. The company was not responsive to the needs of our neighborhood. Once the project was in operation, we realized the fully intrusive nature of the industrial plant that had just been dropped on our horizon. Our once clear, dark night skies were now and forever dominated by the flashing red hazard beacons atop each tower. The most intrusive aspect of living near these structures was the constant noise. When the breeze was out of the northwest, northeast, the constant drumming noise that the towers produced penetrated into our home. Closing doors and windows offered no relief. It was an intrusion from which you could not escape. Please share with those concerned that the distance from our house to the base of the nearest tower is 6,311 feet. Anyone is welcome to verify this measurement. These industrial plants should not be constructed in settled areas. Thank you.
Thanks.
Was
Yes,
it-
we have a question.
Was this the same company?
I don't believe this was NextEra. You know, I didn't ask him. I'm sorry.
What was the distance that you quoted in that letter? I'm sorry.
6,311 feet.
Thank you.
1/6 month.
And also there is a DVD called Windfall that I got a hold of when we went through this 3 years ago, and I would highly recommend this to all of you and to anyone concerned about wind turbines.
Thank you.
I'd also like to thank you all for taking the time to, I don't know what time it is even, but anyway, thank you for being here. My name's Larry Newman. I live at 1500 Pella Road, Martell, Nebraska. And something that I haven't heard mentioned today at all has been the junkyards that these wind farms leave behind when they are done. These wind companies go in and they put up all these wind turbines, and when they start causing problems. When they mature, they walk away from them. And being that this company has already bought out the contracts from the company before, so the company before isn't responsible for any of this new company's. It just keeps getting passed on down the line, so nobody is responsible for the cleanup. And if there was, I know you guys don't have any play in this, but if there was something that we could set aside as a bond or a decommissioned value to set that up in an escrow account to where they would have to put up that much money to decommission these things, because the salvage value on these things is nothing compared to what they, there's copper and I don't know exactly what the tubing is all made of, but the salvage value and these things are taller than the state capitol. That's, I don't know if you realize that these things are taller than the state capitol. So working on them is not an easy thing. But anyway, I would just recommend that you keep the decibels the same way they are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Larry Alder. I live at 2498 West Ash Road, Cortland, Nebraska. We'll talk a little bit about NextEra and the tax dollars. I'll just read to what I have. All the tax dollars that a developer says or promises do not seem to add up. Also, after talking to David Kuhn, he said he was a project manager for this project. I realized the days of a handshake and a man's word are long gone. And I would caution you guys to make sure that anything NextEra says or promises you, that you make sure you get in writing. This was in the paper. The $25 million that NextEra says that will come out of the project in the 30 years using 50 turbines. That was in the paper, 50 turbines. The man said earlier that he didn't know how many turbines were going in here. 50 turbines, that comes out to $16,666 per turbine, and that's going to be shared with Gates County. Now, this is about the same as taxes on 3 new $300,000 homes. But unlike a wind turbine, the people who live in these new homes that will no longer be built would pay additional taxes on the cars they buy, the gas they put in those cars, clothing, food, furniture, and they'd support the local community by eating the restaurants and using the local services. After these massive turbines are put up, any kind of housing development in this area will be stopped forever. This comes when the town of Hallam, which is right in the middle of this project, is planning an addition to their town. They want to house the employees of the new monolith plant being built there. Now back to tax dollars. Between 2008 and 2015, NextEra, the company that we're dealing with, had a profit of $21.5 billion. But over 1/3 of that, $7.8 billion, was tax benefits. How does a company with those kind of profits get $7.8 billion out of our tax money? Aren't they generating power from the wind? So why do they get $24 a megawatt hour tax credit? Why not let the tax credits run out and then see if these wind turbine companies will build these projects without being able to stuff their pockets with our tax dollars? Okay, no matter how big a waste of tax money these wind turbines are, Nebraska is not lacking for wind development. There are already 21 operating developments with 797 turbines in Nebraska. And under development, not counting this one, there are 38 more projects with 2,317 more turbines planned. Rather than support this text amendment, I believe we should change the regulations to protect everybody's property rights. Let's see to it the sound limits are set from the property line, not the dwelling. Don't we all own our property, the property line? The way the regulations are now, it means that all of my property between my home and the gentleman and my neighbor's wind turbine is in the annoyance zone. And the annoyance zone can be way over 50 decibels with 2 turbine heights away from my property line. That's not right. I didn't build my home next to a wind turbine, and I don't get, and I don't want to be paid for the annoyance. I want to be able to use all my property the way I see fit, just like the person with the wind turbine on their property. I bought my property 35 years ago, and I plan on leaving it to my daughter and my grandchildren. The last thing I want to do is leave them my home, which is in the middle of a damn wind farm. If we were going to continue to build wind farms in Nebraska, let's make sure we do it right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, I'm Mark Hunziker. I'm here on behalf of Larry and Jojen Alder. This text amendment, obvious to you by now, is clearly designed to make it easier to develop industrial scale wind farms in Lancaster County. The noise model that was cited in the staff report refers to the possibility of 54 wind turbines, each of which, as was earlier noted, are taller and wider than the state capitol. Now, some people have been up here to say that wind energy is wonderful and you should approve this regardless. We haven't heard it yet, but I would venture to guess that there are people in this room who would say that wind farms are a hideous blight on the landscape wherever they are. The fact is, this is a zoning issue for you. It's not a matter of energy policy. It's a zoning question. And it's a matter of protecting surrounding properties as well as properties that are within the area of the wind farm itself. In 2015, we had this issue, and we discussed over and over again the sound levels and the setbacks and where they were measured from, and to the exclusion of a number of other issues that really deserve to be discussed before you actually think about approving any sort of changes to this ordinance or to approving any special permit for a wind farm. Those issues include, one of the things that was also mentioned just a minute ago, the trespass zoning issue. To approve as it's currently written, the ordinance that we're dealing with allows for construction of wind tower or wind turbines within a distance that will affect substantially all of adjoining properties if they don't have a house already on them. The only setback that's required is to an existing house. If a person wants to use that property for a residential purpose at some point in the future and goes and builds that house and it's within the noise zones that are restricted, too bad. All it does is makes that tower non-conforming, which means it can stay there forever. As long as it's functional and as long as they don't take it down, it can stay. So it has an impact on a budding property. There are defects, in my opinion, in the application process that's in this ordinance. The requirements for applications for special permit do not include the noise pre-construction noise studies. They don't require performance monitoring post-construction, and they really have a very weak and discretionary model based on complaints, based on the health department saying to the county board, we've had a few complaints, will you let us do a study to see if this wind farm is in conformance or not? And the answer to that is going to be, how much is that going to cost? And is that in your budget? Well, the answer is no, it's not. And so you need to modify this section that you're dealing with to include some of these protections if you intend to make this change that will precipitate an application for a special permit. Now, we understand the impulse to say that participants, people who are willing to contract away their right to be protected from some of these sound levels, ought to be able to. But there are adverse health effects in Health Department, while they talk about annoyance, they say there's less annoyance reported by participants, and I suppose that's true. But as you've heard before, there are confidentiality requirements in those contracts. And so I think one of the other changes that needs to be made to this ordinance is to make those contracts part of the application. Make those contracts public. Let it be known whether or not those people are going to be able to complain about whether or not those enhanced or higher sound levels are being violated on their participating properties, as well as for people who are outside that area. And to include regular monitoring to make sure that those noise levels are being adhered to. You have to consider, as a zoning matter, the adverse impacts on non-participating property, not just their houses. We've prepared a bunch of amendments, and I don't have time here to walk you through those. I'll have my associate Ann Post do that. But I think it's very important that you consider such things as the setbacks for noise. The study, the model that you heard from the Health Department said non-participating houses are going to have to be a mile away. Well, but that isn't in the ordinance. That's a conclusion from this model that was provided prior to this text amendment. It was not provided in conjunction with a special permit application. It was not provided as a guarantee that those houses are going to be outside that mile. And furthermore, it doesn't protect the owner of property that may own a half a mile of land within that range before you get to his house. Pre-construction noise studies need to be part of the application. Ambient noise monitoring should be required. Post-construction monitoring absolutely needs to be mandatory, and it has to be required of the applicant, not of the health department. The health department doesn't have the budget for these studies. They're expensive. And again, these are industrial uses, and they are on a massive scale. And they have visual and health and safety impacts on a huge land area that has otherwise valuable prospective uses that are going to be foreclosed if you don't protect them. So I will try to answer any questions.
Questions?
I have one.
Yes.
Do you know if there are any counties that make contracts public?
I do not know, but it did occur to me as I was thinking about how you would go about this if I were representing a wind farm applicant who was going out and gathering up these contracts. I would draft those contracts in such a way that it would heavily penalize any of our participants who decided they wanted to make a complaint about noise without first consulting us and giving us the opportunity to do our own study to prove that we're not in violation.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann Post. I am an attorney with Baylor Evans Law Firm. And, Mark Hunziker's 5 minutes was basically a wonderful introduction to what I get to talk to you about. But so, in our discussion, what we've noticed is that the last time in 2015 when this discussion of wind turbines came up, the focus was really on just the noise limits and setbacks, which are very important factors. That's what we've talked about a lot today, and they should be. But one thing we wanted to do here today was also to look at Article 13 about wind turbines in the zoning code as a whole, to address some of the shortcomings that are there in the whole structure of it. And now, as you're taking a look at that, I will note that I'm aware that there have been circumstances where a county The county attorney has felt that amendments offered by the public might be outside the scope of the application before you, and that say that that's great, the information is great, but you can't consider it. I would say in this situation, we would disagree that we'd say that that's not the case. This amendment has opened up Article 13, and all of the amendments that we're proposing are in Article 13. This amendment is about wind turbines. That's what we're proposing. Our proposal is about wind turbines as well. So first, there are three main goals to this, which Mark outlined pretty clearly. First, to reduce or eliminate trespass zoning. Next, to ensure a thorough review in the approval process. And finally, to ensure ongoing compliance with the terms of any special permit that would be issued to allow wind turbines. So first, I know we've had a lot of talk about this trespass zoning. Mr. Hunziker talked about it pretty thoroughly. I know I did put together a quick, not to scale, in expert visual to try and also help with the description. So I'll give this to you here. And what we're talking about, trespass zoning refers to, if you look at this, can I zoom out a little bit? Is there a way to do that?
Down.
Yeah.
Tom will help you.
Perfect.
There we go. If we look at this, what you see is if a wind turbine is put in the red square right there, we've got that radius, the purple circle, and maybe we'll say, in this case, it may represent the noise limit. So we've got potentially the blue circle might be where someone's house is. You see that's on their property. And that noise limit intrudes onto someone else's property, and it really restricts where they can build their house. Because their neighbor decided to put a wind turbine on their property, now this adjoining landowner can't use their property the way they might have intended to. And that's the essence of trespass zoning. And so where that happens is when our restrictions, our setback distances are measured from the outside of someone's dwelling, where noise is measured from the outside of someone's dwelling instead of the property line. And so to address this, you'll see in our text amendment that we have suggested moving the setbacks first to 5,280 feet, which you probably recognize as 1 mile, as the minimum distance necessary to meet non-participating noise levels. Now, the reason that...
Can you point us to, just so I can keep up with you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Page 2.
And what number?
G2.
Okay, perfect.
And so the reason that we picked 5,280 feet is because according to the noise modeling that was cited by the health department, that's 1 mile, and that's what's minimally necessary to meet the noise requirements for a non-participating property. The next thing that we did to address trespass zoning would be to require noise be measured at the property line for non-participating property owners instead of just outside the dwelling. You'll notice that we made that change if you go down to section I, the body of section I. And finally, we have it eliminates language regarding the non-conforming uses. Now, that is because the turbine, if you build in that annoyance zone, currently that just makes the turbine a non-conforming use, where if you measure from the property line, that would no longer be an issue. Number 2 goal was to ensure a thorough review and approval process. To that end, you'll see that in paragraphs K and paragraphs M in the handout, paragraph K and paragraph J would require that the pre-construction noise study be completed before the special permit application and be submitted to the health department as a part of the special permit application, also the ambient noise level study. And finally, a large concern addressed is in the end at paragraph O. Is in the end at paragraph M. Did I clear that? And that is where the county health department, and as a condition of the special permit, the developer would be required to do a noise study, first within 6 months of completion of the project, and then every 2 years thereafter. That requirement is going to ensure ongoing compliance with the noise decibel level. You've heard a lot tonight that there are issues with once the windmills are in, it's hard to get compliance with that level, both because studies to measure that level, to scientifically measure that, are expensive, and it is, and so the problem is getting the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department to actually undertake one of those studies, or the county board to agree to undertake one of those studies, so we can get verifiable data about what that level is, whether the development is still in compliance with the special permit. And so that's where this is a way to ensure that compliance and to ensure we protect those non-participating property owners into the future. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Sandra?
Last point, M, are you suggesting that the special permit holder would also choose the company besides paying for the studies?
Under that, it would be the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department would set the parameters for the study. They would set the procedure for the study, and they would have to approve that procedure before it's conducted. So I would imagine that that could vary. With each study, it might vary the time of year that it's done, because the noise level is going to be affected by foliage on the trees, snow, what else is going on. So we could vary the conditions of noise studies or exactly how it's done. But so the idea would be that the developer pays for it, but that the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department gets to set the procedures for how it's done.
Have you provided this to staff?
I have not. I think I have a few extra copies for them to see it. And if not, I've got more in my folder.
I have
so.
some here.
I had the same question, Steph. Has the applicant seen these?
No, they have
no.
not.
Okay. Do you know if, so, you know, even in a residential district, you could put up a wind turbine, albeit a much smaller one than these industrial turbines. But do you know if what you're referring to as trespass zoning applies in the case of a smaller conversion unit?
First, I can say I'm not as familiar with if it could be done in the city of Lincoln. I know we had a testimony provided today that it can't be. I think the issue is also trespass zoning is created by measuring that noise level at the outside of a dwelling unit. And if you have a personal windmill, it's going to be a lot smaller. The noise level isn't going to be the same. And so it's not as, neighbors aren't going to be as affected depending on the size of the turbine.
And my other question was, I think I'm missing something, but what does the each application shall include language do to change each of these instances? Is that not implied in the language that's
yes.
there already?
Thank you for that question. I would love to clarify that. So currently, under Article 13, there is a requirement that a pre-construction noise study be done. It doesn't say when. It's as long as it's done before the wind turbines are actually up, before they're operating. And so what this is requiring is that it is done as part of the application for a special permit. That means before it comes to the Planning Commission, they would have to have that noise study done, and for your review when the special permit comes before, and the methodology and the study would have to be approved by the Lancaster County Health Department, so they can look at it to see if it is an appropriate study for what they're trying to measure. Make sure that the methodology meets the health department's requirements.
Thank you.
Other questions?
And could you discuss the proposed changes in Section D, please?
Yes. Yes, in Section D, the proposed changes, there is language that says any proposed turbine within a half mile of a non-participating dwelling shall provide shadow flickering model data showing the expected effect of shadow flicker on non-participating properties. We've removed that. The reason for that is that, as I mentioned, this proposal sets the setback at 1 mile. This requires modeling for wind turbines within half a mile. So if we have to be a mile away, there's no need for modeling within a half mile. And also, again, the last sentence we've struck involves a turbine that's become non-conforming because someone built in that annoyance zone. So that's where there was nothing there when the windmill went up. After it was built, after the wind turbine was built, someone built in the area, and that made the wind turbine a non-conforming use. So the issue is that won't happen where that setback is 1 mile from the property line. Again, that trespass zoning occurs where we're measuring from a dwelling or some building that's on someone else's property. If we're measuring from the property line, that trespass zoning is no longer an issue. That issue of a turbine becoming non-conforming because of someone built on their own property is no longer an issue because we're measuring from the property line.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you. And if you read through it and have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them at a later time.
Testimony in opposition. Okay. We'll go to staff questions.
Lots, yes,
Yes.
yes.
Do you want to take a break? A quick break?
Short.
5 minutes? Is 5 minutes enough? 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and can you find our legal
We're ready to start again. If everyone could please get back in your seats. Okay, we're at the point in the public hearing of beginning questions for staff, and I think Sandra had a question regarding some sort of a legal question, and Steve said that he would be prepared to take on a question like that, so we're going to start with that one.
Counselor, thank you. Pardon me. I am interested in, I guess, our ability to take a look at what was just presented to us, and I recognize that both Anna and Mark are attorneys and have given us something to think about, but our legal counsel left the premises. Can we look at this? Or?
No.
Okay.
So Steve Hendrickson with the Planning Department. Mark did let us know that he was interested in making amendments to the text, part of the text that was not before you. We discussed it with the county attorney's office. Okay. I can let you know their opinion is the same opinion that has come to us on the city attorney on other matters, which is what was legally advertised. What was legally advertised, what is the brief summary of the request is that this is to allow a condition to allow participating properties to have a higher noise level than non-participating. That is in section I. So we would say any amendments that might be proposed by the public to the applicant's section I, those certainly you could entertain, but anything other than section I is not in front of you today. If Mr. Hunziker wants to submit his own text amendment and file the application fee, he has the ability to do that. Certainly if this project moved forward and we got actual special permit applications, we think a lot of the things that they covered, they had concerns about, are actually adequately covered. But actually, that's not really the point to go into those to this evening, because all that isn't really in front of you is section I. That is really all that we advertised, was that change in terms of the participating level. So while the county attorney is not here to say that, that is exactly what they gave us in writing and what we discussed with her. And I think that would be very consistent with what our past practice has been of the Planning Commission.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for staff then? Maya has questions. Who would you like to start with?
Both health and planning. Let's take it in whatever order.
So, Scott or Chris?
So my first question would be the one I asked before, which is Oregon's mentioned as an example that's close to what we're talking about here. Is Oregon a statewide rule? Does the 50 decibel apply to all counties in Oregon?
Are you referring to what would be Exhibit 4?
Staff report is talking about, let's see, Oregon administrative rule. It's on page, this talks about Gage County, it first talks about Webster County zoning regulations, then Gage County zoning regulations, and this in the staff report. And it says, Oregon provides the best example of a comparable rule to Gage County. And
so it's in the Olson report.
yeah.
Okay, that's what I was
Yep.
referring
Yeah,
to,
sorry,
the
I
Olson
should.
report.
Do you know if Oregon is just a statewide noise ordinance, and counties don't
I don't,
apply their own rules?
I don't know. I don't know if they do.
Oregon has a statewide citing process that includes that reference there. I am not sure if the counties can adopt more stringent regulations. But it's a statewide energy facility citing process for all energy facilities, solar, wind, gas, coal, et cetera, hydro.
That was gonna be my next question, if you knew if any county had imposed restrictions on top of that, but it sounds like we don't
I
have
know that there are counties that have specific restrictions on Wind energy, I don't know if it's commercial wind energy.
Okay.
Marion County would be an example of that I know for a fact has wind energy regulations for smaller wind turbines, but I don't know if they have specific ones for commercial.
Okay. And then I asked about the turbines that you can have within the city. You know, they're obviously a lot smaller, and are those, are the rules for those comparable to industrial wind turbines in the sense that it's just a matter of meeting the noise
Our noise ordinance.
ordinance, and there's no trespassing specific, you know, as long as it's 35 decibels, that's the noise limit
Well,
in
no,
the
the noise
city, right?
limits, so
Yeah,
you're talking about our Lincoln Municipal Code.
Yeah.
I think it's 8.24. That applies to City of Lincoln and 3 mile limit.
Okay,
And so it looks at the receiving land use category. So what is the property zoned in relation to the noise limit? So if you have a wind turbine and the receiving property is residential, you'd look at those limits, which are 55 at night for a 10-minute LEQ and then 65 during the day.
I think you're referring to the
yeah,
smaller
yeah, I'm talking about the
personal
small ones that
right,
you could
wind
even
turbines.
have
Yes.
in residential,
Right, that's correct.
yeah.
And
okay.
those do not generate the other additional sound issues that come with commercial wind energy
So that's just
systems.
a matter of staying within the noise ordinance of the city.
Yes.
The city
and
also
that's it.
has very specific commercial wind energy conversion system regulations that differ from the ones you've adopted for the county.
Okay,
And those date back to 2011. And I worked on those at that time, and I believe is that 35? I can't remember for sure, but that's at all times. So we actually have 3 different current wind energy regulations. We have commercial in the county, commercial within the 3 mile, and then the small wind energy turbines within the city and 3 mile.
okay. And then, since we can only talk about what are your thoughts on measuring at the property line versus the dwelling?
I think planning staff's opinion is that we wouldn't support any of the changes. We haven't we just seen them 5 minutes ago. We haven't had time to even review them.
Did you have any internal discussion about whether to measure at the property line or at the dwelling? I remember last time in 2015, we had some discussion on this, at this table about where to measure and.
No, I mean, our focus for this was on what was before us, which was just changing the noise level for participating property owners. We didn't go in and look at, restudying all the other conditions that are already in place. I think there might be some confusion with some people because I got the impression that they thought if you met the setbacks, you didn't have to meet the noise level. It's not an either or, it's both. So just because the setback says you need to be, 3.5 times the turbine height to the dwelling, well, if you're 3.5 times back from the dwelling and you still don't meet that 37 dBA, well, you don't get to put it there. You got to put it back further. And their own, the applicant's own modeling that was done by Epsilon Associates kind of concluded that to meet that 37 dBA, a wind turbine would have to be a mile away from a dwelling. So in essence, they're, basically have a mile setback.
And then last question, do you consider wind energy conversion an agricultural use?
Yes, I would say per zoning, it's an agriculture use.
Thank you.
Others?
Enforcement questions about DBA after the turbines are up and running. Explain that process to me a little bit.
Well, I believe the way the current regulations read is that, county, if we get complaints, we forward those to the county board. And then at their instruction, we could require, actual noise monitoring. And as mentioned before, we don't have the technical capability to do that. I mean, yes, we enforce our Lincoln's noise code much simpler, so we would have to work with a third party to conduct those measurements.
And how is that paid for?
Good question.
Cash money in the sky?
Not spelled right.
Again, this would go back to the county board, and if they were going to require this study, they would have to determine whether or not the code, and the county attorney would have to determine this, if the code requires that of the owner of the system, which is how we interpreted it previously. We believe that they would have to pay for that cost, or if it would be a county expense, and then they would have to pay for that. But our previous, and the concern that Mr. Hunsaker raised, was that he doesn't think it's clear, and we thought it was pretty clear when we constructed it earlier.
Okay.
The
And
other
so-
thing is, I think, again, this would be, if it ever came through, it would be a special permit.
Right.
No different than any other special permit in terms of how that's enforced. It's enforced through a political process by the entity that issued the permit, and whether or not it would rescind that permit or take action under that permit.
So the next step, for NextEra then is the special permitting process, is that?
They would have to apply.
Okay.
Yes, the next step is this board
Well,
this
yeah.
commission has to decide what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Correct.
NextEra then would have to decide whether they're going to take that to the county board. The county board would have to make a decision, and then there's other decisions after that.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not just so the public understands, that whatever you do today is not the end of this process.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Thanks for making that point, because that's a good point. Dick?
From a health department standpoint, can you give some words to the low noise level that they were talking about, that's below human hearing?
Mm-hmm. And that typically refers to, you have low frequency noise, which can be measured on the DBC scale. We talked a little bit about when we briefed you on, kind of noise 101. And then infrasound is on the DBG scale. And Health Canada did do some measurements of DBC, and they found a fairly strong correlation between that and DBA. It was like a 0.94 correlation. So, our opinion is that you can use DBA as a surrogate for DBC, and we believe that the existing limits, the 37 and the 40 are protective of public health.
Thanks. Anyone else? Other questions? Steph, Tracy?
Sure, yeah, I have just a couple. Tom, I know that, and I'm just asking this because a testifier brought it up. Can you go over what the decommissioning requirements are?
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. We do require a decommissioning plan, and we do require a bond for that. So yes, that's already in the code today.
I just want to make sure that I am not missing something. We currently have absolutely no wind turbines, commercial wind energy in Lancaster County right
Yes.
now.
We've got a couple.
North
The-
of-
the L2.
Two of them.
Well,
We have
LES
LES.
Terry Bundy Generating Station has 2 turbines that you can see from the interstate.
Those are the
That's
only
it.
ones.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming, well, maybe I shouldn't, do they meet all these requirements that we have right now for county regulations?
I'm not sure if,
I mean, they were put in before that, so.
I don't know if LES, I wasn't sure if LES did those or not. LES would be exempt, so.
They're surrounded by public lands.
LES would
You
be-
have the landfill, you have LES property, and that's pretty much what you have around those wind turbines. Those wind turbines are probably about half the height
Yeah.
of what's being proposed. They look very large from the interstate. They're sort of baby turbines, actually, compared to what is typical of today's turbines. Those were put in a long time ago.
Can we just, well, that's not really a staff question, but can I ask it now?
I don't know what you're gonna ask.
Here we go. Can we just have, this was brought up as a concern, so can we have everyone who is in favor of the text amendment stand up right now? I know people have left. Okay, now I want to do just the opposite. So everyone who is opposed to this text amendment. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other staff questions?
Yeah, I have a quick
Okay,
question.
please.
On the self-reporting, does that take in, there's been some questions about can people self-report in a negative fashion? Did that study address some of those types of, I just don't remember seeing that.
Well, I mean, you're talking about a survey. They sent out a survey to, people they randomly selected. So to us, we actually discussed that. That's a little bit different than a complaint. I mean, it wasn't directly addressed in the Health Canada study, but I mean, it was a survey that was sent out to these randomly selected participants.
Okay.
I have a question about only section I that was offered to us here from the floor. And it's the addition of the clause, or at the property line of any non-participating property. So it would change a non-participating property's, instead of it being measured at 1,000 feet from the dwelling. Is that what it is today? It's 1,000 feet from the dwelling? At the dwelling? And it would add, take the measurement from the property line, not from the dwelling.
Yeah.
Would that, in your opinion, eliminate trespass zoning more, be a greater at eliminating trespass zoning?
Well, I'm not sure I've followed all the trespass zoning, because in my mind, it's, how is it trespass zoning or violating zoning if it's in your zoning code and they meet those conditions?
Okay, let me take out the phrase, let me eliminate that phrase and say, if you were to measure, instead of 1,000 feet from the dwelling, but from the property line, would a non-participating property owner have less impact, in your opinion?
I think, again, I don't think the distance from the dwelling really is as important as meeting the noise decibel. Like I said, even at 1,000 feet, if they don't meet the 40 and 37, then maybe it's got to be 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. Whatever that distance is to get to that 40 and 37, that's what it has to be. Now, I think Mr. Hunsaker, if I don't have it in front of me, but I think his was, instead of measuring that noise level at the dwelling, I believe he wants it measured at the property line.
Yes.
So that you have to meet that 40 and 37 from the property line. Which would mean, of course,
Yeah.
would make, depending on how big your lot is, of course, so.
Where your dwelling is in relation to the.
If you got a 20-acre
Turbine.
property, that's one thing. If it's a 5-acre property, it's something different.
And I think it was mentioned by another commissioner that was a big part of the discussion last time, the issue of property line versus the dwelling unit. The health department looked at it in terms of people living in that home and spending time, especially at night, and that's why we made that recommendation. Could there be, if, you have something that's very close to your property line, at some distance from your home, would you be exposed to higher levels of noise? Yes, you would. So clearly, a property line level establishing a level at the property line would be more protective of people on that property.
And I think the reason that we have discussed this in the past, and again, it came up today, is that where the measurement is taken to and from has an impact on how that property owner could develop that land as opposed to just living in the house. I think that's the question.
Yeah, and
It's a property issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't work on this 3 years ago, but I think part of probably the outcome of that, because it was more of an impact on vacant properties and where I could put a house on. It's item 8, or part H in the conditions today, that says you have to have a minimum of a 3-acre area that's outside any impacts from the wind turbine. Granted, I'll agree that, yes, that does, if you have a 20-acre property and you're saying, well, I can only put my house in this 3 acres. I mean, we're not saying you can't. I mean, you can put your house anywhere on the 20 acres, but if you don't want to be impacted by the noise or wind turbine, then you would have to put it within that 3-acre area within that 20 acres. If you changed it to measure from the noise level from the property line, well, then you would give you the whole lot.
Your entire
Yeah,
lot.
I think that's the issue.
Yeah, I took the time to review all of our surrounding counties' commercial wind energy, and only Cass County looked at leaving 10 acres. So most of the counties didn't leave any. We left 3, but Cass left 10. Actually, Gage leaves 10 acres as well. And I thought, I know we're not talking about it because it's not section I, but.
Other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gentlemen. Do we have applicant rebuttal?
We do. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. David Levy, Baird Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham Street, Omaha, Nebraska, on behalf of NextEra and Blue Prairie Wind. Thank you for your time and attention and patience as we get into the evening here. I will try and be brief, but we do have a number of things that are kind of out there and I think do need a response. That said, the first thing I want to say is to echo what Steve Hendrickson said, which is to bring back to what is before you tonight, which is a proposed text amendment to change the noise level for participating property owners. That's all NextEra has requested, and that is all that is before you tonight. What also is not before you tonight is a special permit application for any particular project. You heard a lot of things from people who just don't like wind energy or think it's a bad thing. That really isn't the question here tonight. The county's not considering banning all commercial wind energy, for example. You're considering noise regulations which protect the public health, safety, and welfare. And let's talk about that for a minute. All zoning is an intrusion on private property rights. It's a reduction of private property rights. But municipalities are allowed to reduce people's private property rights as minimally necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. It's a balance, right? You don't overzone beyond what you need to do to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. You don't underzone and leave people at risk. You try and find that balance. Generally, as a planning commission or an elected governing body, it's a balance. And so let me kind of go to the end with that and talk about this idea of trespass zoning. And let's just back up and let me say, as a person who's worked as a public entity city planner, master's degree in city planning, I've been doing this for a long time. Trespass zoning is really more of an academic concept in the United States than it is a practical concept. You see almost no zoning requirement of any kind that is from somebody else's property line. And let's think about that practically for a second. If you zoned, or any entity zoned, in a way that required a land use on my property to have no impact on a land use in your property, it would be about impossible to do anything. right? That's almost like saying, I can't have trees on my property because the leaves fall on your property. We saw the application earlier this afternoon for that beautiful 20-story building. If you imposed a trespass zoning concept to that building would be about 3 stories tall, because it is going to cast shadows on other people's properties. All land uses have externalities. Wind energy has externalities. And that is the reason why NextEra has not asked Lancaster County to change the regulations for non-participating property owners. Your current regulations protect them to a greater extent than any regulations in this state with which I'm familiar. And I've worked on wind projects and zoning regulations in probably 30 counties in this state. I've not seen regulations as strict as yours are, and that's fine. That's a decision that the former commission and the county board made. NextEra is not asking to change those. So from a trespass zoning concept, you've already sort of addressed it by having very stringent levels for non-participating properties. And a non-participating property with those levels, at some level, almost has a veto right. From the noise modeling that NextEra did at the staff's request, what it shows is with effectively a mile setback, which is roughly what 37 dBA equates to with a typical turbine, you have to have 80–90% participation within the project area to have a viable project. So make no mistake, you have in your current regulations very well protected non-participating property owners. And even with the proposed change, a wind project will only happen in this area if the vast majority of the property owners in that area want that project to the point that they're willing to sign a contract to allow the project to go forward. Okay, so this idea of trespass zoning it's an academic idea, but it's not a practical idea. There would be no feedlots, there would be no 20-story buildings. It's just not how land use works in this country. And I would strongly encourage you to reject that concept and reject that proposal to protect a property line. And let's again talk about the noise. The public health, safety, and welfare issue from the noise is annoyance to people. It's not annoyance to fences or corn or cows. It's annoyance to people. Hence, the appropriate measuring point is the house where the people live and where they sleep and so forth. And again, your 40 and 37 decibel limit for non-participating residents, property owners at their residence is the most protective limit in this state of which I'm aware by far. Again, I will try and be brief. I know the hour is late. NextEra and all wind developers do provide their studies, environmental studies, other studies to those agencies. Those agencies require it, and as soon as they provide it to that agency, it becomes a public document. So this idea that these wind companies do environmental studies and stick them in their pocket or stick them in a file and nobody ever sees them is just simply false. And really, it doesn't make sense. You do the study at the request of the agency because the agency has some jurisdiction over the project. You wouldn't do the study and not show it to the agency. That just doesn't even make any sense. Property taxes. Somebody said that that LB 824 put in a nameplate capacity tax of $3,518 per megawatt. It actually wasn't LB 824, it was LB 1048 in 2010. But that's only part of the story. That was put in because wind turbines from the ground up are considered personal property with a very short depreciation schedule. And so what happened under prior law was that the property tax bill that the developer had on day one and the property tax that the county got on day one was very high. And then it went down very quickly and was very little for the rest of the project. The counties didn't like that because it made it hard to budget, and it's very hard on the wind developer who's just spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the project. And so the legislature enacted that nameplate capacity tax of $3,518, which they commissioned some economists from the university to figure out, okay, what would that excise tax, or the old, personal property tax be over the life of a turbine, which they found to be 28 years, I believe the number was. They did the math and it came out to that 3,518 per megawatt. So the amount of tax paid on everything above the ground, the idea is that it would be the same as it was before they changed the system to levelize it. In fact, the county gets more revenue, the county gets a windfall, if you will, because after that 26th or 28th year, the developer keeps paying, even though the calculation was that the project would have gone away at that time. But that's only part of the story, because everything on or in the ground is still considered locally assessed real property. And so the developer also pays property tax on that. And so the reality is, depending on the county, and as you all know, counties assess property differently and they have different levy rates and so forth, but depending on the county, what we see is a total property tax of about $5,000 to $6,500 per megawatt. Again, differs by county, how they value it, the levy rate, and so forth. And again, the real property part isn't calculated per megawatt, but if you take the total number and do the division, that's what you get. So on this project, our conservative calculation was that this project would pay about $550,000, probably more, per year in brand-new property tax revenue. Some of that would go to Gage County, some would go to Lancaster County. But over 20 years, that's over $10 million in brand-new property tax revenue. The issue before us tonight is not whether wind energy is good or bad, but there was a lot of misstatement in that person's talk to you about property taxes, and I think it absolutely needs to be corrected. The staff addressed this idea of voluntary compliance. It's not voluntary. It's like any other special permit. These folks are putting multi-million-dollar pieces of equipment in the ground. There's no way you're going to put, and you can't just kind of scoot it over a little bit if you were wrong about the noise measurement. They don't even get close to the maximum noise level. They're going to leave room just in case something happened with the modeling or whatever the case may be, or something might change down the road. So what that means is if the decibel is 50, or if the limit is 50 decibels, that's, as you heard about from staff, that's a very short time period average. That's a maximum. So it's not 50 decibels all the time. And in fact, it's really probably never 50 decibels because you can't move that turbine. You don't want to be non-compliant and lose the use of that multi-million-dollar pieces of equipment. The folks from NextEra and me, if we did that on a project, I bet we wouldn't show up before you next time. So let's be clear about that. It's not voluntary compliance. The 20-story building, I suppose, at some level is voluntary compliance, but you can bet they're going to be very sure that they're complying with all the rules before they put that building in the ground. And by the way, I don't mean to keep coming back to that. I think that's a fabulous project. And as a city planning nerd who lives in Omaha, I'm jealous of what you all are doing in your downtown and was fascinated to watch your comp plan discussion too. I wish we treated our downtown with such reverence in Omaha as well. Decommissioning bond is already in the regulations. Current regulations, as you heard, require that there is a buildable area on the person's property. Regulations already require a pre-construction noise study. Post-construction noise study. NextEra has no objection if we get before you and before the county board probably with a special permit, if the county wants to condition that special permit on post-construction noise monitoring, or every couple of years that they would provide you a monitoring report, absolutely no objection to that. That's completely fine. Somebody mentioned, by the way, the Cottonwood project being out of compliance. In fact, NextEra just submitted that very report to Webster County, and it showed that that project is in compliance with the Webster County zoning regulations for noise. The lawsuit that was talked about in Missouri, and again, I do want to be very brief here, but essentially, my understanding, what I've been told happened there, is that township changed the rules after NextEra had started construction. NextEra had no choice but to defend its legal rights to proceed under the vested rights that it acquired when it got the zoning approval for that project. Fundamental land use law, fundamental constitutional law. Township changed the rules for whatever reason. Again, I don't know, I wasn't involved, but that's my understanding of what happened there. NextEra is not in the business of suing counties. They work with counties. Ask the folks in Webster County, Wayne County, Gage County, you name it. And I just turned over to a blank page, so that must mean that I am done. Phil Clement may have a few last words if you would indulge us that, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Do you have questions, anyone? Okay.
I
we do.
guess I would
I'm
ask
sorry,
the same
missed you.
question that I asked to staff. What would happen to the economic viability of the project if it was measured from the property line instead of from the dwelling for non-participating households?
In a county with properties of the size that you see in a Lancaster County, the project wouldn't happen. I'm confident to say that. You saw John Hansen's materials of 37 decibels to a dwelling. There are about 3 or 4 white spots, even with that measurement. If you did that to the property line, that entire map would be purple. And it's not just this project or this developer.
Right.
It's any developer. You know, fundamentally what we're really asking here is that you give landowners a choice and you give developers a chance. That's all. But that change would not achieve either of those things.
Anything else? Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have a few words you wanted to say? Rebuttal?
I just want to say, you know, I appreciate all your time and you know, the questions and whatnot, and I just wanted to open myself up to any questions if you all had any.
Any further questions? I don't think we have any.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you, sir.
Okay, we're ready for a motion.
I
Oh, go ahead.
I would move that we approve the amendment.
Second.
Okay, discussion? What, yeah, okay, we're good. Discussion?
Go ahead, Dean.
Do you want to say something since you made the motion? Go ahead.
I was just going to follow up on that. As to really the only change we're looking at is allowing the 10 decibel increase on the participating property. And I don't think that's inappropriate at all, and that's why I'm supporting it. I do think some of the proposed amendments that Mr. Hunsaker brought forth do have some validity, and I think those could be pursued at a different time.
I'm a listener, and, excuse me, and I want to thank all of you for being here. It takes, I mean, we committed to this. You're coming because you care, so thank you very much. These are really tough decisions for us, and we never know if we're making the absolute right or wrong decision, so we just have to go on what we hear and what we process. I am not an expert on wind turbines. I mean, really. But here's what I heard today. First of all, we have to stick with what's in front of us and except for Section 1. We have absolutely no ability to stop wind turbines from coming to Lancaster County. I believe in proper balances, and I feel that this text amendment provides proper balance between business and property owners. I feel that a good job has been done. I have confidence in our health department. I heard some compelling arguments from the Farmers Union who reminded us again of what our job was. And so I too am going to support this project.
Go ahead, Maya.
First of all, I just wanted to kind of correct something that was floating around earlier about the last time we voted, this body voted, we actually voted for a more permissive ordinance. Planning Commission, although it was a fairly split vote, this body did not support the ordinance that's in place today, but supported 50 dBA for during the day for both participating and non-participating, and I believe it was 50 during the day and 42 at night. So just to get the history right. And for the record, I voted in support of that more permissive ordinance. I actually like this language better because we are still protecting those who choose not to be participating while giving, as we've heard, more choice to participating landowners. I think a really important key question here is wind energy conversion an agricultural use? If it is, I think it's fair to afford it some of the same, allow it to be a nuisance to some extent. I don't think it's possible to have wind energy conversion without some nuisance, yet I believe it's a worthy cause. So it's a balance, as Dean said, of what is an acceptable nuisance. I think that we're getting pretty close to a good solution here, so I will support it.
Anyone else?
I'm going to support this, and it was a hard decision to get there. I just like to put out the bottom line first. I think it's, I mean, I am a proponent for environmental sustainability, making green choices. With that said, I don't believe that where we are with wind energy is the best it's going to get. I believe that it's going to get better. But if we're going to make a step in that direction, we need to make a step in that direction. I care deeply about private property rights to the greatest degree that we can, given the fact that people get to make choices about what they want to accept for themselves. And if someone who wants to participate in this project and have louder noise, all right, so be it. I believe that non-participating households should absolutely not be affected by this. I think that they have the right to say, I don't want to live with that kind of noise. And I will encourage, I will probably wave the flag if a special use permit comes forward, that we stipulate in that special use permit monitoring at the cost of the developer, because I want to make certain that the noise level does stay down for non-participating property owners. I'm going to be in support.
I have nothing to add.
I'm gonna support too. I think kind of the key in issues like this is striking that balance or finding the compromise, and that is tough in situations like this. But I want to thank Commissioner Harris for reminding us what, clearing the record for today that, this body did approve higher sound last time through. But I also agree with her that I kind of like this one better where, we're kind of doing that balancing act between participating and non-participating, and that makes sense to me. So I'll support it.
Anyone else?
I wanted to I do like the participating and non-participating, but I'm still going back to the property line versus the dwelling. So for me, that's still a big challenge from that standpoint. And so from a voting standpoint, I will be voting no.
Okay. I want to say, Steve?
No, we just want to make sure as staff, as make sure we understood the motion. What you're voting on is the motion, the amendment as proposed by the applicant.
Proposed by the applicant.
We just wanted to make sure that was clear.
That's correct.
Correct.
So I want to thank everyone for their testimony as well. It's a great thing to have this kind of input when we have issues like this come before us. So thank you all. I want to also thank the staff, planning staff and health department. I trust Scott, I trust you and Chris on this kind of data gathering and research immensely, and I appreciate all that you do. I take a lot of stock in how you guys go through that methodically and provide that data to us. So you're a great help to all of us. For me, this has been mentioned a couple times, for me, this comes down to what we as planning commissioners are supposed to do, and that is deal with land use and zoning issues. And I think there's a lot of issues surrounding wind energy and wind turbines that even I have some issues. I have issues with the visual aspect, which we didn't talk about at all, and which isn't even relevant to our discussion tonight. But it has to come back for us, anyways, planning commissioners, to land use and zoning. And based on that, I'm going to support the motion. I was actually, I think Tracy and Maya and I were the only commissioners that were here in 2015. They both voted to increase the sound level in 2015. I actually voted against that. And so I was in the minority on that vote. But I feel the same way about this that they do. I love this language because I believe that this does protect non-participating landowners, and it does give the right, which again, as a planning commissioner, I feel strongly about, does give the right for people who do want to participate to develop their property that way. So I'm going to vote for it, and unless anyone else has anything they want to say, we'll be ready for the vote.
I would add one last thing, is that if we didn't have corridor protections for visual, I wouldn't be able to support this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And,
Dick?
one last comment, and that is, changing this doesn't, I think, make a major change in our wind ordinances, but when a submittal comes forward to us, that's when I'm going to be looking at it critically to make sure that it's hitting all the buttons that are in the policy.
Yep, good point. Okay, I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, this is for the approval of text amendment 18011. Buckius?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Finnegan?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Joy?
No.
Washington?
Yes.
Core?
Yes.
Shear?
Yes.
Motion carried, 8-1.
At this time, anyone wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so. It looks like
Steve Hendrickson of the Planning Department. Just a announcement then for everyone who's in attendance. The county board did already discuss a little bit what their schedule might be. So I'm noting that this is their tentative schedule for all those who are in attendance. They are tentatively looking at a hearing on this item on Tuesday, December 18th. That would be the hearing before the county board. That is tentative, and we don't have a specific time. There will be a briefing before the county board on Thursday, December 6th. We don't have a time on that. That briefing is open to the public, but that is not a public hearing. That is simply the county board's chance to find out some factual background and information on the application and what your action was.
Thank you.
Are we adjourned?
Oh, we are adjourned. I'm sorry. I didn't say that because Steve interrupted me.
Yeah, we adjourned.
Yeah.